Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The October wind whispered through the narrow streets of London, carrying with it the gentle scent of chimney smoke and fallen leaves. A thin mist had settled over Baker Street, softening the edges of the gaslit lamps that stood like drowsy sentinels along the cobblestones. Within the walls of 221B, Dr. John Watson sat beside the crackling hearth, his fingertips tracing the edge of a peculiar cream-coloured envelope that had arrived that morning. The handwriting was unmistakable, Mrs. Hudson's careful script, yet something about its appearance on this particular autumn day seemed curiously out of the ordinary. "Holmes," Watson called softly, his voice barely rising above the gentle pop and hiss of the burning coal. "Mrs. Hudson has sent us an invitation, of all things." The year was 1895, and London had embraced the misty cloak of late October, with its customary blend of melancholy and mystery. The trees in the nearby park had surrendered their leaves to the persistent autumn breeze, creating a rustling carpet of amber and russet that dampened footsteps and whispered secrets as pedestrians passed. Behind drawn curtains across the city, families told tales of spirits and hauntings, for the season of All Hallows' Eve had descended upon the metropolis like an old friend returning for its annual visit. From the shadows of his chemistry table, Sherlock Holmes emerged, his tall figure momentarily silhouetted against the window where afternoon light struggled through the fog. "An invitation, you say?" His voice carried that familiar blend of disinterest and curiosity that Watson had grown accustomed to over their years of friendship. "Mrs. Hudson rarely extends formal invitations for her excellent meals. What occasion prompts such a ceremony?" Watson turned the envelope over in his hands once more, noticing the faint scent of cinnamon that clung to the paper. "It appears," he said with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, "that our good landlady wishes to host a small gathering for Halloween night, a masquerade, no less." Holmes raised an eyebrow, the only indication that the information had registered as unexpected. He crossed the room with unhurried steps, the floorboards sighing softly beneath his weight, and extended his hand for the invitation. The paper exchanged hands with a whisper, and Holmes examined the handwriting with the same careful attention he might give to evidence at a crime scene. "Mrs. Hudson has pressed rather firmly with her pen here," he observed, his finger hovering over the word masquerade. "She is either quite excited about the prospect or attempting to emphasize the costume requirement." His eyes, sharp as ever, moved across the page. "Note the slight ink blot at the corner. She hesitated before writing our names, suggesting she anticipated some reluctance on our part." Watson chuckled softly, the sound merging with the gentle tick of the mantel clock. "Your deductions are impeccable as always, Holmes, but I believe in this instance they merely confirm what any friend would know, that Mrs. Hudson expects you to decline and hopes you will surprise her by accepting." Outside, the afternoon had begun its slow surrender to evening. The fog had thickened, wrapping London in a soft grey blanket that muffled the sounds of carriages and footsteps. Within their sitting room, the fire cast dancing shadows against the wallpaper, and the familiar scents of tobacco, old books, and chemistry experiments created the unique atmosphere that both men had come to think of as home. Holmes set the invitation down on the side table and returned to his experiment, his movements deliberate and measured. "A Halloween masquerade," he mused, almost to himself. "A curious American tradition that has found its way across the Atlantic. Did you know, Watson, that the practice of wearing disguises on All Hallows' Eve dates back to the ancient Celts? They believed that during Samhain, as they called it, the boundary between the living and the dead grew thin, allowing spirits to cross over. The living wore masks to confuse malevolent entities that might wish them harm." The doctor smiled, recognizing Holmes's digression into historical facts as a sign that his interest had been piqued, despite his outward indifference. "I was not aware of the Celtic origins, though I had heard it was to ward off spirits. Will you attend, then? I imagine Mrs. Hudson would be delighted." A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the gentle clink of glass vials as Holmes continued his work. Watson knew better than to press for an immediate answer. The detective's mind worked in its own mysterious ways, often requiring time to process social engagements with the same thoroughness he applied to his cases. "A masquerade," Holmes finally said, "offers a unique opportunity for observation without being observed. The psychology of individuals when they believe their identity is concealed can be most revealing." He turned, a rare smile softening his features. "Perhaps I shall attend, after all. As a medieval monk, I think. The cowl would provide excellent cover for watching the proceedings without participation." Watson felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire. These small moments when Holmes allowed himself to engage with the ordinary pleasures of life were precious indeed. "Excellent. I shall inform Mrs. Hudson that we will both be in attendance. I'm considering a pirate costume myself, a nod to my seafaring days." The soft patter of rain began against the windows, adding a gentle percussion to the crackling fire. The room felt even more secluded now, a warm haven against the encroaching darkness of the autumn evening. Watson rose to light the lamps, their golden glow creating pools of warmth throughout the cluttered sitting room. As he moved about, he noticed that Holmes had set aside his experiment and was now standing by the window, watching the raindrops trace silver paths down the glass. "I wonder who else she has invited," Holmes said thoughtfully. "Lestrade, perhaps. He has been a frequent visitor of late, though usually on professional matters." "And your brother," Watson suggested. "Though I imagine Mycroft would be even less inclined toward festive gatherings than yourself." Holmes's soft laugh mingled with the rain sounds. "Indeed, Mycroft at a masquerade would be a sight worth witnessing. He detests social obligations with a passion that exceeds even my own reservations." As if summoned by their conversation, a gentle knock at the door announced Mrs. Hudson herself bearing a tray with afternoon tea. The landlady entered with the practised ease of long familiarity, setting down her burden on a cleared corner of the table. Steam rose from the spout of the teapot, carrying the comforting aroma of Darjeeling through the room. "I see you've received my invitation, gentlemen," she said, her eyes twinkling with uncharacteristic mischief. "I do hope you'll both attend. Halloween seems the perfect occasion for something a bit out of the ordinary." Watson smiled warmly at their landlady, whose maternal care extended far beyond the requirements of her position. "We were just discussing it, Mrs. Hudson. In fact, Holmes has agreed to participate, and I shall certainly join as well." Mrs. Hudson's face lit up with genuine pleasure, the fine lines around her eyes deepening. "Wonderful! I was half convinced Mr. Holmes would find some urgent case requiring his attention that evening." She began pouring the tea into cups with practised precision, the amber liquid catching the light from the fire. "I've invited Inspector Lestrade, of course, and he's already accepted with remarkable enthusiasm, and Mrs. Turner from next door and her niece who's visiting from Bath." Holmes accepted his teacup with a nod of thanks. "May I inquire what prompted this festive impulse, Mrs. Hudson? You have not previously shown particular interest in Halloween celebrations." The landlady passed Watson his tea, the familiar routine a dance they had performed countless times over the years. "Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been reading about these American Halloween traditions in a magazine Mrs. Turner lent me. It seemed a pleasant diversion for an autumn evening, and heaven knows we could all use a bit of harmless merriment now and then." She straightened a doily on the tray with unnecessary attention. "Besides, the house has been rather quiet lately, with no criminals or desperate clients pounding on the door at all hours." Watson caught Holmes's eye over the rim of his teacup, sharing a moment of silent amusement at their landlady's gentle rebuke. The rain continued its soft melody against the windows, and for a moment the three of them existed in perfect contentment, surrounded by the comfortable familiarity of their shared home. "I shall decorate the downstairs sitting room," Mrs. Hudson continued, warming to her theme. "Nothing excessive, mind you. Just some autumn foliage and perhaps a few candles, and I thought I might prepare some seasonal refreshments. Apple cider, certainly, and perhaps those gingerbread biscuits you're fond of, Doctor." "That sounds delightful," Watson assured her. "Is there anything we can do to assist with the preparations?" Mrs. Hudson considered this, her head tilted slightly. "Well, if Mr. Holmes could refrain from any malodorous experiments on the day itself, that would be most appreciated. And perhaps," she added with a hint of hesitation, "you might extend an invitation to your brother, Mr. Holmes. I would have included him in my note, but I wasn't certain of his current address." Holmes's expression remained neutral, but Watson detected the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I shall relay the invitation to Mycroft, though I make no promises as to his acceptance. My brother's aversion to social gatherings is legendary, even within the exclusive confines of the Diogenes Club." "One can but ask," Mrs. Hudson replied diplomatically, gathering her tray. "Now I'll leave you, gentlemen, for your afternoon. I have menus to plan and invitations to deliver." With a rustle of skirts she departed, closing the door softly behind her. The room seemed to exhale in her absence, settling back into its familiar state of comfortable disorder. Holmes returned to the window, where the rain had begun to ease, leaving behind a glistening world of wet cobblestones and misty lamplight. "She seems uncommonly excited about this gathering," Watson observed, settling back into his armchair and opening the evening newspaper. The pages rustled softly, adding to the gentle symphony of domestic sounds that filled their rooms. Holmes made a non-committal sound, his attention apparently captured by something on the street below. Mrs. Hudson has always possessed a youthful spirit beneath her practical exterior. I suspect this Halloween masquerade allows her to indulge that aspect of her nature, while maintaining the propriety she values so highly. Watson nodded, though Holmes couldn't see the gesture. "A perceptive observation. And what of your brother? Will you truly extend the invitation to Mycroft?" "Oh, indeed," Holmes replied, turning from the window with an expression of rare mischief. "I would not deprive myself of the opportunity to witness Mycroft's reaction. Besides, it might do him good to emerge from his chrysalis at the Diogenes Club, if only for an evening." The thought of the elder Holmes brother, with his imposing presence and aversion to physical exertion, attending a costume party at 221B Baker Street, struck Watson as singularly amusing. He laughed softly, imagining Mycroft's likely expression of pained forbearance at such an invitation. "And what costume would suit Mycroft, do you suppose?" he asked, entering into the spirit of the idea. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, a gesture familiar to Watson from countless moments of deep contemplation. "Something dignified, certainly. A Roman senator, perhaps, draped in a toga that would accommodate his generous proportions while bestowing a certain classical authority." The mental image this conjured caused Watson to laugh outright. The sound warm and genuine in the cosy room. Perfect. And Lestrade? What would suit our friend from Scotland Yard? "Something devilish, I think," Holmes replied, his own amusement evident in the rare lightness of his tone. "A red cloak and horns would suit his tendency to appear at the most inopportune moments." As the afternoon deepened toward evening, the two friends continued their gentle speculation, the Halloween masquerade becoming more real with each passing minute. Outside, London prepared for nightfall, gas lamps flickering to life along the misty streets. Within 221B Baker Street, unusual plans were taking shape, spinning a web of anticipation that would draw together an unlikely assembly of individuals on All Hallows' Eve. Later, as Watson prepared for bed, he found himself looking forward to the upcoming celebration with unexpected pleasure. The mundane rhythm of daily life in London would be briefly transformed by this touch of whimsy and mystery. Elements that, while common in their adventures, rarely manifested in such innocent form. He drew the curtains against the night, where the last raindrop still pattered occasionally against the glass, and thought of costumes and disguises, of friends gathered in firelight, and of the rare sight of Sherlock Holmes participating willingly in a social event. In his own room, Holmes sat long into the night, contemplating the curious psychology of masquerades and the human desire to temporarily assume alternate identities. The monk's costume he had proposed would indeed provide excellent cover for observation, allowing him to watch unnoticed, as his small circle of acquaintances revealed aspects of themselves perhaps hidden in ordinary interactions. There was something almost like a case in this opportunity, not one of crime or danger, but of human nature laid bare through the paradoxical honesty of disguise. The clock on the mantel ticked softly, counting down the days until Halloween night. Throughout 221B Baker Street, plans unfolded and anticipation grew as October drew toward its atmospheric conclusion. Mrs. Hudson hummed to herself as she made notes about refreshments and decorations. Watson dreamed of pirate adventures from his youth. Holmes, ever the observer, prepared to witness a different kind of mystery unfold within the familiar walls of their shared home, one of friendship, festivity, and the gentle surprises that sometimes arrive in cream-coloured envelopes on ordinary autumn mornings. The late October days slipped past like yellowed pages turning in an old book, each one bringing London closer to All Hallows Eve. Within the walls of 221B Baker Street, the approaching masquerade had introduced a subtle current of anticipation that flowed beneath the ordinary routines of daily life. The weather had settled into that particular autumn melancholy that Londoners knew so well. Not quite cold enough for winter coats, yet damp enough to seep into one's bones, prompting fires to be lit earlier each evening and tea to be brewed with increasing frequency. Dr. John Watson stood before the modest wardrobe in his bedroom, contemplating the pirate costume he had decided upon with a mixture of nostalgia and mild self-consciousness. He had not worn a costume since his university days, and even then, he had approached such frivolities with the reserved enthusiasm typical of a young man who took himself perhaps too seriously. Now, as he carefully laid out the components on his bed, a striped shirt, dark trousers, a red sash, and an old officer's coat that with minor modifications would serve admirably as piratical attire, he found himself smiling at his own reflection in the looking-glass. "You're a long way from Afghanistan now, old boy," he murmured to himself, running a hand through his moustache, which had acquired a few more silver strands in recent years. The costume needed something more, a finishing touch, to transform the respectable doctor into a convincing buccaneer, perhaps an eye patch, or a bandana tied around his head. He made a mental note to visit a theatrical supply shop in the Strand that afternoon. The floorboards creaked softly as he moved about the room, the familiar sounds of the old house providing a comforting backdrop to his thoughts. Through the wall he could hear the faint movements of Holmes in the sitting room, the clink of laboratory equipment, the occasional rustle of papers, and sometimes the muted notes of the violin when his friend fell into one of his contemplative moods. Watson picked up the red sash, the silk smooth between his fingers, and thought of his younger days at sea. The gentle rocking of a ship beneath his feet, the endless expanse of water stretching to the horizon, the camaraderie among the men who shared those confined quarters for months on end. His time as a ship's surgeon before his military service had been brief but formative, filled with stories that, while less dramatic than his adventures with Holmes, had shaped his understanding of human nature in profound ways. "Watson," Holmes's voice called from the sitting room, interrupting his reminiscence, "I require your opinion on a matter of some delicacy." Draping the sash over his chair, Watson made his way to the sitting room, where he found Holmes standing before the fireplace, surrounded by an unusual collection of fabric swatches and historical texts. The detective had pushed aside his chemical apparatus to make room for what appeared to be costume research, an endeavour he was clearly approaching with his characteristic thoroughness. "Good morning, Holmes," Watson greeted him, noting with amusement the intensity with which his friend was comparing two nearly identical shades of brown fabric. "I see you're taking Mrs. Hudson's masquerade quite seriously." Holmes looked up, his keen eyes briefly assessing Watson's appearance before returning to the swatches. "Authenticity matters, Watson, even in trivial pursuits. The Benedictine monks of the 13th century wore habits of undyed wool, not the rich chocolatine brown that theatrical customers would have one believe, but this more subdued, natural tone." He held up a swatch of fabric that to Watson's untrained eye appeared simply brown. "This one, I think, most closely approximates the correct shade." Watson settled into his armchair, watching with fond exasperation as Holmes continued his examination. "I had no idea you harboured such extensive knowledge of monastic fashion, Holmes." "I made a study of medieval monastic orders during the Blackwood Abbey case 2 years ago," Holmes replied absently, setting aside the fabric swatch. "The distinctions in habit design between the various orders provided the key to identifying the forger, if you recall." "Vaguely," Watson admitted, though in truth the detail had escaped his memory entirely. "And you've settled on a monk's costume, then? I thought perhaps you might change your mind." Holmes picked up a large book with careful hands, the leather binding worn with age. The monk's habit provides the perfect combination of anonymity and mobility. The cowl obscures the face without the encumbrance of a mask, while the flowing robes allow for ease of movement. He opened the book to a marked page, revealing an illuminated manuscript showing monks engaged in various daily activities. Additionally, the historical association with silent observation suits my purpose admirably. "And what purpose might that be?" Watson inquired, leaning forward to examine the illustration. "Beyond honouring our good landlady's invitation, of course." A faint smile crossed Holmes's face, there and gone in an instant. Every gathering of individuals presents an opportunity for the study of human nature, Watson. People behave different when they believe themselves disguised. Some become more reserved, others shockingly uninhibited. The psychology of masquerade is a fascinating field. So our Halloween party is to be another of your experiments in human behaviour? Watson asked, raising an eyebrow. Holmes closed the book gently. Consider it field research, but rest. Assured, my observations will not detract from the festivities. In fact, they may enhance my appreciation of the event. He moved to his desk, where several sheets of paper covered in his precise handwriting lay scattered. I have taken the liberty of sending a note to Mycroft regarding the masquerade. And has he responded? Watson couldn't help but feel curious about the elder Holmes's reaction to such an invitation. Not yet, though I anticipate his reply will arrive by this afternoon's post. Holmes gathered the papers into a neat stack. I presented the event as an intellectual exercise rather than a social gathering, which may increase the probability of his acceptance. Watson chuckled softly. Clever approach. And did you suggest the Roman senator costume we discussed? I merely hinted that classical attire would suit the occasion. Mycroft possesses enough vanity to select something appropriately dignified without my explicit guidance. Holmes's tone held a trace of the affectionate exasperation that occasionally coloured his references to his brother. He will attend, I think. Curiosity will overcome his natural inertia. A soft knock at the door announced Mrs. Hudson, who entered bearing a tray of mid-morning tea. The landlady appeared slightly flushed, her normally impeccable hair showing signs of hasty rearrangement, and a smudge of flour dusted one sleeve of her dress. "Your tea, gentlemen," she announced, setting down the tray with care. "I've included some of those shortbread biscuits you favour, Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes, I wondered if I might borrow that large copper pot from your collection of chemical equipment. I promise it will be thoroughly cleaned before and after use." Holmes regarded her with a penetrating glance. "You're experimenting with mulled cider recipes, I see. The cinnamon stain on your cuff and the distinctive aroma of cloves that accompanies you suggest at least 2 batches already this morning." Mrs. Hudson's expression of surprise melted into a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Holmes, I'm trying to perfect the recipe before the masquerade. The first batch was too sweet, and the second lacked sufficient spice." She straightened her apron with a gesture that spoke of renewed determination. "The copper pot would distribute the heat more evenly than my usual cooking pots, I believe." "By all means," Holmes agreed with an elegant wave of his hand. "Watson can help you locate it among my equipment. I believe it resides on the upper shelf near the window." As Watson rose to assist Mrs. Hudson, she continued sharing her preparations, her usual reserve giving way to genuine enthusiasm. "I've ordered special candles from that little shop in Covent Garden, beeswax with a touch of bayberry for a seasonal fragrance. And Mrs. Turner's niece has the most remarkable talent for paper crafting. She's creating the most delightful silhouettes of bats and cats to hang in the windows." Watson retrieved the copper pot, wiping a thin layer of dust from its surface before presenting it to Mrs. Hudson. "It sounds as though your preparations are proceeding admirably. Is there anything else you require assistance with?" Mrs. Hudson accepted the pot with a grateful nod. "Actually, Dr. Watson, if you wouldn't mind moving some of the furniture in the downstairs sitting room tomorrow morning. I'd like to create more space for our guests to mingle, and Billy isn't quite strong enough to shift the larger pieces." "It would be my pleasure," Watson assured her. "Perhaps after my morning appointments?" "That would be perfect. And Mr. Holmes," she turned to the detective who had resumed his examination of fabric swatches. "Inspector Lestrade called while you were out yesterday. He seemed quite excited about the masquerade and mentioned something about a devilishly good costume that he had procured." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "How intriguing. Our friend from Scotland Yard embraces the spirit of the occasion with unexpected enthusiasm. Did he perchance mention if he had received any word from my brother?" "Not that I recall," Mrs. Hudson replied, "though there was a messenger earlier this morning with a rather official-looking envelope. I placed it on the silver tray by the door." Holmes moved with sudden purpose to retrieve the envelope, breaking the seal with elegant efficiency. His eyes scanned the contents, a subtle shift in his expression indicating satisfaction. "Mycroft will attend," he announced, folding the letter precisely along its original creases. "He writes that while he fundamentally objects to frivolity as a concept, he finds himself curiously compelled to observe this particular social experiment. He also requests that no mention of his attendance be made at his club." Watson couldn't suppress a grin. Marvellous. The gathering grows more interesting by the hour. Did he mention his choice of costume? He did not elaborate, Holmes replied, tucking the letter into his pocket, though he requested the dimensions of our doorways, which suggests something rather grand in scale. Mrs. Hudson clasped her hands together in evident delight. How wonderful that your brother will join us, Mr. Holmes. I shall prepare those almond biscuits he complimented on his last visit. With a rustle of skirts she departed, copper pot in hand, humming a cheerful tune that floated back up the stairs. In the wake of her departure, a comfortable silence settled over the sitting room. Watson poured the tea, the familiar ritual grounding him in the present moment as his thoughts drifted to the upcoming celebration. The masquerade had taken on a life of its own, expanding from Mrs. Hudson's simple invitation into an event of unexpected significance. I believe I shall visit that theatrical supply shop on the Strand this afternoon, Watson remarked, passing Holmes his tea. My pirate costume requires a few finishing touches. Would you care to accompany me? You might find something suitable for your monastic ensemble. Holmes accepted the cup with a nod of thanks. I have already arranged for the appropriate fabric to be delivered tomorrow. A client from the Whitechapel Mystery, the tailor, if you recall, offered his services in exchange for my assistance. He specialises in historical reproductions for the stage. He sipped his tea thoughtfully. However, I would not be averse to accompanying you. There is a bookshop nearby where I hope to find a specific text on medieval monastery floor plans. Watson raised an eyebrow. Floor plans? Surely such detail exceeds even your standards for costume authenticity. The floor plans are for a different matter entirely, Holmes replied with a dismissive wave. A minor case involving a stolen manuscript from a private collection. The curator believes it may have been hidden within the walls of a converted abbey in Sussex. The afternoon found them strolling along the Strand, navigating the busy thoroughfare with practised ease. London hummed with activity around them. Hansoms rattling past, shop doors opening and closing, street vendors calling their wares in sing-song voices that rose above the general din. The air carried the peculiar blend of coal smoke, horse, river mist and humanity that defined the city, overlaid today with the earthy scent of fallen leaves from the nearby parks. At Bartholomew's Theatrical Emporium, Watson browsed through bins of costume accessories, while Holmes observed with detached interest. The shop was a treasure trove of the fantastic and the historical. Feathered masks hung from the ceiling, racks of costumes lined the walls, and glass cases displayed everything from replica jewels to theatrical daggers. What do you think, Holmes? Watson held up an eye patch, the black leather gleaming in the gaslight. Essential for a proper pirate, wouldn't you say? Holmes tilted his head slightly, assessing the item with the same precision he might apply to a piece of evidence. The craftsmanship is adequate, though the leather is rather new for a weathered sea captain. Perhaps if you were to treat it with a solution of tea and salt water to suggest exposure to the elements. Watson smiled, adding the eye patch to his small collection of purchases. I doubt anyone will scrutinise my costume with your level of attention to detail, my friend. Perhaps not, Holmes conceded, picking up an ornate Venetian mask only to set it down again with a slight grimace at its gaudy ornamentation. Though authenticity in small details often creates a more convincing whole. As Watson completed his transaction, his attention was caught by a familiar figure examining costume jewellery near the window. Holmes, he murmured, nudging his friend discreetly. Isn't that Inspector Lestrade? Holmes glanced in the indicated direction, his keen eyes confirming Watson's observation. Indeed, and judging by the red fabric draped over his arm and the small horns he's currently examining, it appears our prediction regarding his costume choice was remarkably accurate. They approached the inspector, who started slightly at Holmes's greeting before breaking into a grin. Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson? Fancy meeting you here. He attempted to casually conceal the devil horns behind his back, an effort so transparent that Watson had to stifle a laugh. No need for secrecy, Inspector, Holmes said, with a rare touch of humour. Your Halloween disguise is safe with us, though I suspect it will be rather obvious even with the mask you're considering. Lestrade's expression shifted from embarrassment to resignation. Mrs. Hudson's party has become something of a talking point at the Yard. Even the superintendent mentioned it this morning. He held up the red fabric, a cape of surprisingly good quality. My wife insisted I make a proper effort, said it would do me good to enjoy myself for once. A wise woman, Mrs. Lestrade, Watson commented warmly. We're all looking forward to the gathering, Even Holmes's brother has agreed to attend. Lestrade's eyebrows rose in surprise. Mycroft Holmes? At a Halloween masquerade? Now that I would not have wagered on. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Between us, I'm rather looking forward to an evening without criminals or corpses. Just good company and Mrs. Hudson's excellent refreshments. Holmes, who had been examining a display of theatrical makeup with critical interest, rejoined them. You may be surprised, Lestrade. Social gatherings have their own mysteries, if one knows how to observe them. The inspector chuckled, tucking his purchases under his arm. Only you, Mr. Holmes, would approach a party as if it were a crime scene. Well, gentlemen, I must be off. More costumes to gather, it seems. With a tip of his hat he departed, disappearing into the London crowd outside. As they continued their own shopping expedition, Watson found himself wondering about the unexpected turns life sometimes took. Here they were, a detective, a doctor, a Scotland Yard inspector, and soon a government official, all preparing for a Halloween masquerade with the same attention they might give to a serious case. There was something endearing about it, this shared moment of whimsy among men whose professional lives often dwelt in life's darker corners. Later, returning to Baker Street with their purchases, they found the house filled with the warm spice scent of Mrs. Hudson's latest cider experiment. The aroma wafted up the stairs, bringing with it memories of harvests and hearths, of autumn celebrations dating back through centuries of human tradition. I believe Mrs. Hudson has perfected her recipe, Watson observed, as they hung their coats in the hallway. The air smells positively festive. Holmes inhaled deeply, his analytical mind automatically cataloguing the components. Cinnamon, cloves, allspice, nutmeg, and something else. Apple, certainly, but with an additional fruit note. Oranges, perhaps, or... Could you not simply enjoy the aroma without dissecting it? Watson asked with fond exasperation as they climbed the 17 steps to their rooms. Holmes's lips quivered in what might have been a suppressed smile. Observation is a habit not easily set aside, my friend, but I take your point. He paused at the landing, glancing down toward Mrs. Hudson's domain. I must admit, there is something rather pleasant about the house in its current state of anticipation. The admission, small as it was, warmed Watson more than he expected. Holmes rarely acknowledged the value of simple domestic pleasures, yet there was evidence that perhaps, beneath his analytical exterior, he was not entirely immune to the season's gentle magic. In the days that followed, preparations for the masquerade continued apace. Mrs. Hudson transformed the downstairs sitting room with autumnal decorations, arrangements of bronze chrysanthemums and russet leaves, candles in amber-coloured glass holders, and delicate paper silhouettes that cast fantastic shadows when the lamps were lit. Watson, true to his word, helped rearrange the furniture, creating a space that somehow managed to feel both more open and more intimate. Holmes's monastic habit arrived, the undyed wool exactly the shade he had specified, crafted with historical accuracy that would have satisfied the most demanding museum curator. He tried it on only once in Watson's presence, the flowing robes lending him an otherworldly quality that suited his ascetic features. With the cowl drawn forward, he became nearly unrecognisable, just another anonymous monk from centuries past, watching the world with contemplative eyes. Watson's pirate costume came together piece by piece, the eye patch now properly aged with Holmes's suggested treatment, a bandana of faded silk to tie around his head, even a convincing-looking, but entirely harmless, cutlass to complete the effect. When he tried the full ensemble, he caught himself adopting a slight swagger that made him laugh at his own reflection. Mycroft Holmes sent word that his costume had been procured at considerable inconvenience, but provided no further details. Holmes merely raised an eyebrow at this communication, remarking that his brother's flair for the dramatic occasionally rivaled his own, though it manifested in decidedly different ways. As October drew to its close, a sense of pleasant anticipation settled over 221B Baker Street. The house itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the night when it would welcome masked figures into its warm embrace, when familiar faces would hide behind unfamiliar disguises, and when, perhaps, the veil between everyday life and gentle mystery would grow just a little thinner. On the eve of the masquerade, Holmes stood at the window of their sitting room, violin in hand, watching as the street lamps were lit one by one along Baker Street. The fog had returned, wrapping London in its ghostly embrace. Perfect weather for All Hallows' Eve. Without speaking, he raised the instrument to his chin and began to play, not one of his usual frenetic compositions, but something softer, more contemplative, a melody that seemed to flow from the mist itself. Watson, seated by the fire with a book open but unread in his lap, closed his eyes and listened. Tomorrow would bring disguises and revelry, but tonight, in the quiet hours before Halloween, there was only this, the music, the fog, and the comfortable silence of friendship that needed no masks or costumes to reveal its true nature. Halloween dawned with London shrouded in a mist so atmospheric it seemed almost deliberate, as if the city itself had decided to don a costume for the occasion. The fog curled through the streets like a living thing, wrapping around lampposts and softening the edges of buildings, until Baker Street appeared suspended somewhere between reality and dream. From the windows of 221B, the world beyond the glass had transformed into a watercolour painting of greys and silvers, punctuated only by the occasional splash of amber from a gaslit lamp or the darker shadow of a passing hansom cab. Perfect weather for a masquerade, Watson observed as he gazed out at the ethereal scene, his breath creating a small circle of condensation on the cold window pane. Morning had brought with it a peculiar stillness, the usual cacophony of London traffic muffled by the thick blanket of fog. One could almost believe in ghosts on a day like this. Holmes, engaged in a final adjustment to his monk's habit, looked up with mild interest. The atmospheric conditions are indeed conducive to supernatural imagination. The reduced visibility, the distortion of familiar sounds, the sensation of isolation even in a crowded city, all serve to heighten suggestibility in the average mind. He smoothed the rough wool of his costume with careful hands. Though I expect our gathering tonight will feature more mundane spirits than ethereal ones. Watson smiled at the rare flash of humour, watching as his friend folded the monk's cowl with precise motions and set it aside for the evening. The costume, now complete, had been laid out on Holmes's bed with the same meticulous attention he might give to evidence in a particularly complex case. Every detail had been considered, from the historically accurate rope belt to the simple wooden cross that would hang at his waist. "I must say, Holmes, your commitment to authenticity is impressive," Watson remarked, turning from the window. "One might almost believe you had travelled forward in time from a medieval monastery." "The effectiveness of any disguise lies in its completeness," Holmes replied, moving to his chemistry table where several small bottles awaited his attention. "The habit alone would be insufficient. One must consider posture, gait, even the calluses a monk might develop from hours of prayer and manuscript copying." He held up a small vial containing a clear solution. This mild astringent, when applied to the fingertips, creates a temporary roughening of the skin that simulates such effects. Watson shook his head in fond exasperation. "I doubt anyone at Mrs. Hudson's gathering will be examining your hands with such scrutiny." "Perhaps not," Holmes conceded, carefully stoppering the vial. "But the conscious knowledge of these details influences unconscious behaviours, creating a more convincing overall impression." He paused, his keen eyes assessing Watson with a glance. "You've trimmed your moustache slightly differently this morning. A practical touch, I presume?" Watson's hand rose involuntarily to his face. "Indeed, though I stopped short of growing a full beard for the occasion. There are limits to my dedication, unlike some I could mention." Below, the sounds of Mrs. Hudson's preparations had been steadily increasing throughout the morning. The clatter of dishware, the occasional instruction to Billy the page boy, and the enticing aromas of baking that wafted up the stairs all spoke to the landlady's commitment to her hosting duties. Twice already, delivery boys had arrived with parcels, additional decorations, Watson surmised, or perhaps the final components of special refreshments for the evening. As the day progressed, the fog showed no signs of lifting. If anything, it seemed to thicken as afternoon surrendered to early evening, creating the perfect backdrop for All Hallows' Eve. Gas lamps were lit earlier than usual, their glow transformed into hazy orbs that floated like will-o'-the-wisps along the darkening streets. The ordinary sounds of London, the clop of horses' hooves, the calls of street vendors, the distant whistle of trains, became mysterious and otherworldly when muffled by the mist. Watson spent the afternoon putting the finishing touches on his pirate costume, adding a few authentic details inspired by his naval days. A tarnished brass button from an old uniform became a makeshift earring, while a faded silk handkerchief was transformed into a rakish bandana. He practiced his pirate stance before the mirror, legs slightly apart as if balancing on a rolling deck, one hand casually resting where a cutlass might hang. The effect pleased him. There was something liberating about stepping into another character, even temporarily. At 6:30, Mrs. Hudson knocked at their door, her face flushed with excitement and exertion. "Gentlemen, I've come to inform you that the sitting room is prepared for our guests. They should begin arriving within the hour." She smoothed her apron with flour-dusted hands. "I shall need to change shortly, but I wanted to ensure you had everything you required before I do so." "We are well provided for, Mrs. Hudson, thank you," Holmes assured her. "Your preparations sound most impressive. Watson and I were commenting earlier on the exceptional aromas emanating from your kitchen." The landlady beamed at the rare compliment. "The mulled cider is simmering, and the last batch of gingerbread has just come from the oven. I do hope the fog won't prevent any of our guests from attending." "I suspect it would take more than atmospheric conditions to deter Inspector Lestrade from an evening of refreshments and entertainment," Watson said with a smile. "And as for Mycroft Holmes, once he is committed to an engagement, he is unlikely to renege, regardless of weather." Mrs. Hudson nodded, clearly pleased by this assessment. "I shall leave you to your preparations then. The downstairs sitting room will be open from 7 o'clock. With a rustle of skirts she departed, her footsteps on the stairs betraying her eagerness as she returned to her domain. As twilight deepened into evening, the transformation of 221B Baker Street continued. Warm light spilled from windows that seemed to float in the fog like golden portals to another world. The scent of spiced cider and gingerbread mingled with the mustier odours of old London, creating an aromatic tapestry that was at once festive and ancient. From somewhere nearby, the sound of children's voices raised in traditional Halloween rhymes drifted through the mist, a reminder that beyond their small gathering, all of London participated in the strange magic of All Hallows' Eve, each in their own way. At precisely 7 o'clock, Watson adjusted his eye patch one final time and secured his bandana. His reflection in the mirror showed a different man. Not Dr. John Watson, respected physician and chronicler of Sherlock Holmes's cases, but a weather-beaten pirate captain who had seen his share of high-seas adventures. He grinned at himself, the expression transforming his ordinarily proper features into something rakish and daring. "Well, Captain Watson," he murmured to his reflection, "time to set sail for the evening's festivities." He descended the stairs to find Holmes already waiting in the hallway, the monk's habit of transforming his tall, lean figure into something ancient and mysterious. With the cowl pulled forward, Holmes's sharp features were cast in shadow, only the gleam of his observant eyes visible within the dark recesses of the hood. The rough wool fell in heavy folds to the floor, and the simple rope belt cinched at his waist completed the impression of ascetic otherworldliness. "A most effective disguise, Holmes," Watson commented, instinctively lowering his voice as if they stood within the hushed confines of an abbey. "I scarcely recognized you." Holmes inclined his head slightly, the gesture taking on a monastic quality in his current attire. "Your own transformation is quite remarkable, Watson. The sea captain's bearing suits you, no doubt drawing upon your military posture while incorporating the more casual stance of a sailor." From below they heard the front door open, followed by Mrs. Hudson's warm welcome to the first arrival. The landlady herself had adopted a costume that surprised Watson with its playful creativity. She wore the attire of a countryside witch, though of the benevolent, herb-gathering variety rather than the malevolent crone of children's tales. Her grey hair had been artfully arranged to appear slightly wild, and she wore a shawl embroidered with subtle, botanical motifs over a dress of deep forest green. A small basket of dried herbs hung from her arm, completing the impression of a wise woman who might be sought out for remedies and advice. "Ah, Inspector Lestrade," Mrs. Hudson's voice floated up to them. "How wonderful you could join us, and what a marvellous costume!" Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, united in their curiosity about the inspector's devilish attire. They descended the remaining stairs to find Lestrade standing in the entrance hall, looking both embarrassed and pleased with himself. The inspector had embraced his costume wholeheartedly. A crimson cloak flowed from his shoulders, small horns protruded from his forehead, attached, Watson noted with professional interest, by some form of theatrical adhesive, and he carried a miniature trident that appeared to have been crafted from a modified umbrella handle. "Good evening, gentlemen," Lestrade greeted them, his voice carrying a hint of self-consciousness that his broad smile couldn't quite disguise. "Fitting weather for Halloween, wouldn't you say? I nearly got lost twice on my way here. The fog's thick as pea soup out there." "Yet the devil found his way to our door regardless," Holmes remarked dryly from within the shadows of his cowl. "A testament to your navigational skills, Lestrade, or perhaps to the magnetic pull of Mrs. Hudson's excellent refreshments." Lestrade laughed, visibly relaxing as he recognised Holmes despite the disguise. "A bit of both, I'd wager, Mr. Holmes. Though I'd have followed my nose the last quarter mile, the smell of that cider is enough to guide a man through worse than London fog." Mrs. Hudson beamed at the compliment. "Do come through to the sitting room, Inspector. The cider is ready for serving, and there are refreshments laid out." She led the way to the transformed downstairs sitting room, which Watson had not yet seen in its completed state. The room had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Candles in amber-coloured glass holders cast a warm, flickering light that danced across walls now adorned with paper silhouettes of bats and cats. Arrangements of autumn foliage, branches with lingering russet leaves, late-blooming chrysanthemums and clusters of dark berries occupied every available surface. The furniture had been rearranged to create a more open space in the centre of the room, with smaller conversational groupings around the periphery. A table near the fireplace held an impressive array of refreshments: the promised gingerbread, small sandwiches cut into seasonal shapes, dishes of nuts and dried fruits, and a magnificent crystal bowl from which Mrs. Hudson now began to ladle steaming cups of cider. "Mrs. Hudson, this is extraordinary," Watson exclaimed, taking in the transformed space with genuine admiration. "You've created a perfect Halloween atmosphere." The landlady's cheeks coloured with pleasure as she handed Lestrade the first cup of cider. "Mrs. Turner's niece deserves much of the credit for the decorations. She has quite the artistic touch with those paper cuttings." As Lestrade accepted his cider, the front door knocker sounded again. Mrs. Hudson hurried to welcome the new arrivals. Mrs. Turner and her niece, Miss Clara Peterson, both dressed as elegant black cats with small velvet ears attached to headbands and delicate whiskers painted on their cheeks. They were followed shortly by a young constable from Scotland Yard who Lestrade had invited, dressed somewhat awkwardly as a highwayman, and then by the local pharmacist and his wife in matching owl costumes. The small sitting room gradually filled with guests, each arrival bringing a fresh exclamation of delight at the decorations and a new costume to admire. Holmes, true to his chosen disguise, retreated to a shadowy corner where he could observe the proceedings while remaining largely unnoticed. Watson, meanwhile, found himself enjoying the role of pirate captain with unexpected enthusiasm, regaling Mrs. Turner's niece with modified versions of his sea adventures that omitted the more gruesome medical details in favour of daring escapades. "And that's when we spotted the Portuguese vessel on the horizon," he concluded, having transformed a routine encounter with a merchant ship during his naval days into something considerably more swashbuckling. "Fortunately, the wind was in our favour, and we managed to outrun them before they could bring their guns to bear." Miss Peterson's eyes widened appreciatively behind her cat mask. "How thrilling, Dr. Watson! Were you afraid?" Watson twirled his painted moustache with piratical flair. "A sailor learns to respect the sea and other vessels, Miss Peterson, but fear is a luxury one cannot afford when there are decisions to be made and a crew depending on you." From his corner, Holmes watched this exchange with what Watson suspected was concealed amusement, though the monk's cowl made it difficult to discern his friend's expression. The detective maintained his character with impressive consistency, speaking rarely and then only in low, measured tones that suggested years of contemplative silence. The grandfather clock in the hallway had just chimed 8 when the front door knocker sounded again, this time with a deliberate, measured cadence that Watson immediately recognised. Holmes straightened slightly in his corner, the only indication that he too had identified the arrival of his brother. Mrs. Hudson hurried to answer the door, and a moment later, the imposing figure of Mycroft Holmes filled the doorway to the sitting room. The elder Holmes had indeed chosen the costume of a Roman senator, as his brother had predicted. He wore a toga of high-quality white wool with a purple border that spoke to significant expense and attention to detail. A crown of gilded laurel leaves rested upon his head, and he carried a scroll in one hand with the gravitas of a man bearing imperial decrees. "Good evening," Mycroft intoned, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the room. "I trust I have not delayed the proceedings unduly. The fog necessitated a slower pace from my driver than is customary." The assembled guests regarded Mycroft with varying degrees of awe and amusement, His impressive stature, combined with the authentic classical attire, created a commanding presence that seemed to momentarily expand the dimensions of Mrs. Hudson's modest sitting room. Even Lestrade appeared somewhat cowed, his devilish confidence diminishing slightly in the face of such senatorial dignity. "Not at all, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson assured him, recovering quickly from her own surprise at his transformation. "We are delighted you could join us. May I offer you some mulled cider?" Mycroft inclined his head graciously. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Your hospitality is, as always, beyond reproach." He accepted a cup with a nod of thanks, his gaze sweeping the room until it located his brother in the shadowed corner. The brothers acknowledged each other with the barest of nods, a monk and a senator separated by centuries, yet united by blood and a shared appetite for observation. With Mycroft's arrival, the gathering seemed complete. Conversation flowed more freely as initial shyness gave way to the liberating effect of costumes and Mrs. Hudson's excellent cider. Lestrade, his natural conviviality enhanced by his devilish persona, moved from group to group, sharing amusing anecdotes from Scotland Yard that had been carefully sanitized of any truly disturbing details. The young constable, gradually overcoming his initial awkwardness, found himself engaged in earnest conversation with Miss Peterson about the technical challenges of whisker drawing versus the application of a highwayman's mask. Watson, stepping out into the hallway for a moment of quiet, found Holmes had done the same. The detective had pushed back his cowl slightly, revealing more of his sharp features in the dimmer light of the corridor. "Well, Holmes, what do your monastic observations reveal about our gathering?" Watson asked in a low voice, aware that the sitting-room door remained open. Holmes's eyes gleamed with that familiar intensity that signalled his mind was actively cataloguing and analysing. "Several interesting dynamics are emerging," he murmured. "Lestrade's costume choice reveals more about his self-perception than he perhaps realises. The devil is, after all, a figure of considerable power and mischief, qualities our friend secretly admires despite his professional dedication to order." "And your brother?" Watson prompted, glancing back toward the sitting-room where Mycroft now held a court near the fireplace. Several guests gathered around him as he expounded on what appeared to be the historical accuracy of various costumes present. "Mycroft's selection is entirely in character," Holmes replied, with the faint suggestion of a smile. "The Roman senator, a figure of authority and intellectual superiority, who influences events while rarely participating directly in them. I suspect he is enjoying himself more than he would ever admit, particularly as his costume legitimizes his natural tendency toward pontification." Watson chuckled softly. "And what of our good landlady? I must say, her witch costume surprised me." "Mrs. Hudson contains depths that continually escape notice," Holmes observed, his tone warming slightly. "The choice of a healing witch rather than a malevolent one speaks to her nurturing nature, while the creativity of the costume itself reveals an imagination often hidden beneath her practical exterior." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden increase in volume from the sitting room, laughter and exclamations suggesting a new arrival or unexpected event. Holmes pulled his cowl forward once more, instantly transforming back into the silent monk as they returned to investigate. The cause of the commotion was immediately apparent. Standing in the centre of the sitting room was a figure that neither Holmes nor Watson recognised. A tall individual wearing a dramatic black cloak and an elaborate Venetian mask of silver and black that concealed their entire face. The costume was executed with flawless attention to detail, from the perfectly tailored cloak to the gloves of soft black leather that concealed the wearer's hands. "I don't believe I extended an invitation to the Phantom of the Opera," Mrs. Hudson was saying, her tone hovering between confusion and the determination to remain a gracious hostess. "Though you're certainly welcome to join us. Might I ask your name, sir?" The masked figure offered a deep, elegant bow but did not speak. Instead, they produced from within their cloak a single red rose, which they presented to Mrs. Hudson with a flourish that suggested theatrical training. "How mysterious!" Mrs. Turner exclaimed, clearly delighted by this dramatic addition to the gathering. "A silent guest for our Halloween masquerade. How perfectly appropriate." Watson glanced at Holmes, whose posture had subtly shifted beneath the monk's robes. Though still maintaining his disguise, there was a new alertness in his stance that Watson recognised from countless investigations. The detective's interest had been well and truly piqued by this unexpected development. Mycroft, too, was observing the newcomer with heightened attention. his expression suggesting that he was mentally reviewing the guest list and finding no match for this particular costume. Lestrade, perhaps influenced by the professional presence of both Holmes brothers, had unconsciously adopted a more official posture. Despite his devilish attire, the masked figure moved, through the room with graceful self-assurance, acknowledging each guest with a slight bow but never speaking. There was something in their movements that suggested familiarity with the space, Watson noted. They navigated around furniture with the confidence of someone who knew the room's layout rather than a true stranger. As the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the quarter hour, Watson felt a curious sensation, as if the Halloween masquerade had shifted from simple entertainment to something more intriguing. The fog pressed against the windows like a living thing. The candles cast shifting shadows that seemed to dance with minds of their own, and among them moved this silent masked figure whose identity remained a tantalizing mystery. Holmes, still in his corner but now watching the masked guest with undisguised interest, caught Watson's eye across the room. The detective nodded almost imperceptibly, a silent acknowledgement that their evening had taken an unexpected turn. What had begun as Mrs. Hudson's simple Halloween gathering had transformed into something that offered the promise of mystery, and neither man could resist the allure of that unspoken challenge. The masquerade continued, the atmosphere now charged with a subtle current of curiosity and speculation. Who was beneath the Venetian mask? A friend playing an elaborate prank? A neighbour who had heard of the gathering and decided to join uninvited? Or someone with a more specific purpose in mind? As Watson accepted another cup of Mrs. Hudson's excellent cider, he smiled to himself. Whatever the answer might be, one thing was certain. This Halloween night at 221B Baker Street would prove far more memorable than any of them had anticipated when the cream-coloured invitations first arrived. The grandfather clock in Mrs. Hudson's sitting room chimed 9, its resonant tones momentarily rising above the gentle hum of conversation and the occasional burst of laughter. The candles had burned lower, casting longer shadows across the walls, where the paper silhouettes of bats seemed to flutter in the warm, flickering light. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like a living entity, transforming the ordinary street lamps of Baker Street into ethereal orbs that floated in the darkness like wayward spirits. Within the cosy confines of 221B, the Halloween masquerade had settled into a pleasant rhythm. Mrs. Hudson moved among her guests with quiet pride, ensuring that cups were refilled and plates replenished. The mulled cider, now in its second batch, had mellowed to perfection, its spiced aroma mingling with the scent of beeswax candles and autumn foliage to create an atmosphere both festive and somehow timeless. One could almost believe, Watson thought as he observed the scene, that they had slipped backward through the centuries to some medieval feast, where masks and costumes allowed ordinary folk to step outside themselves for one enchanted evening. At the centre of this enchantment remained the mysterious masked guest, whose arrival had introduced an element of intrigue to the gathering. The figure in the Venetian mask continued to move through the room with graceful assurance, engaging in brief, pantomimed exchanges with various guests but never speaking a word. Watson had been watching closely, as had Holmes from his monastic corner, but neither had yet discerned any obvious clue to the silent visitor's identity. "Most peculiar, wouldn't you say, Doctor?" Lestrade murmured, sidling up to Watson with his cup of cider. The inspector's devil horns had begun to list slightly to one side after 2 hours of wear, giving him a somewhat lopsided appearance that undermined his attempt at serious inquiry. "Our masked friend seems familiar with everyone, yet no one claims to recognize him." Watson nodded, adjusting his eye patch thoughtfully. "Indeed. Holmes is watching too, though he maintains his monk's disguise admirably." "And what of the elder Mr. Holmes?" Lestrade asked, glancing toward Mycroft, who had established a sort of impromptu court near the fireplace. The Roman senator appeared to be holding forth on some obscure historical matter to a captivated audience that included Mrs. Turner and the pharmacist's wife. "Has he shared any observations with you?" "Not yet," Watson replied, "though I suspect he's as intrigued as his brother. Notice how his gaze keeps returning to our silent visitor, despite his apparent absorption in his own discourse." The masked figure had now positioned themselves near the table of refreshments, examining the elaborate gingerbread biscuits that Mrs. Hudson had crafted in the shapes of cats, bats, and autumn leaves. There was something almost theatrical about their movements, each gesture deliberate and slightly exaggerated, as if performed for an audience. Yet beneath the studied grace, Watson sensed a more practical purpose to the figures' circuit of the room. They were observing, cataloguing, much as Holmes himself might do, though with less subtlety. "I wonder," Lestrade mused, his professional instincts evidently roused despite the festive setting, "if we ought to be concerned, given Mr. Holmes's line of work and the enemies he's made." Watson considered this, watching as the masked figure accepted a gingerbread leaf from Mrs. Hudson with an elegant bow of thanks. "I don't sense any threat," he said finally. "Holmes would have signalled if he perceived danger. I believe we're witnessing mischief rather than malice." As if to confirm his assessment, the mysterious guest turned suddenly and approached Watson and Lestrade. Up close, the craftsmanship of the Venetian mask was even more impressive. Silver filigree work overlaid on a base of black with subtle accents of midnight blue that caught the candlelight when the wearer moved. The eyes behind the mask's narrow openings were in shadow, impossible to distinguish in colour or expression. The figure executed a perfect bow to Watson, then to Lestrade, before producing from within their cloak a small object that gleamed in the candlelight. They placed it in Watson's hand with a flourish, a miniature brass compass, its needle spinning briefly before settling on north. Before either man could react, the masked visitor had turned away, cloak swirling dramatically as they moved to another part of the room. "Well, that's odd," Lestrade said, peering at the compass in Watson's palm. "What do you make of that, Doctor?" Watson examined the small instrument, turning it over carefully. The compass appeared to be old, its brass case worn smooth in places from handling, yet the mechanism inside functioned perfectly. The needle quivered slightly, then steadied, pointing unerringly northward. "I'm not certain," he admitted. "It seems like a deliberate message, but its meaning escapes me." Across the room, Holmes had straightened slightly in his corner, his attention clearly caught by the exchange. The monk's cowl concealed most of his features, but Watson could feel his friend's keen gaze following the masked figure as they now approached Mycroft Holmes. The elder Holmes paused in his exposition on Roman senatorial customs, regarding the silent visitor with the same penetrating stare that was his brother's trademark. The masked figure bowed deeply before the Roman senator, then produced another object from within their cloak, a small roll of parchment tied with a black silk ribbon. They presented this to Mycroft with the same theatrical flourish that had accompanied the compass given to Watson. Mycroft accepted the offering with a raised eyebrow, untying the ribbon with deliberate fingers and unrolling the small scroll. His expression remained impassive as he read whatever message was written there, but Watson noticed a subtle shift in his posture, a heightened alertness that mirrored his brother's. "Curiouser and curiouser," Lestrade murmured. "I begin to feel as though we're all players in some elaborate game, though I confess I don't know the rules." Watson slipped the compass into his pirate costume's pocket, its weight small but somehow significant. "I suspect that's precisely the intention," he replied quietly. "Our mysterious friend is orchestrating something, and we are meant to piece it together." The masked figure had now moved to the centre of the room, drawing all eyes to them without uttering a word. With deliberate grace they removed a glove and reached into an inner pocket of their cloak. When their hand emerged, it held a small envelope sealed with red wax. The visitor held it aloft, turning slowly so that everyone could see, then placed it carefully on the mantelpiece above the crackling fire. With another deep theatrical bow to the assembled company, they moved to a shadowed corner opposite Holmes, as if signalling the end of their performance. A moment of curious silence fell over the gathering, broken finally by Mrs. Hudson. "Well," she said, her tone suggesting she was determined to maintain her composure as hostess despite these unexpected developments. "How intriguing! It appears we have a mystery to enliven our Halloween festivities." She approached the mantelpiece and carefully took down the envelope. "Shall I open it?" All eyes turned to Holmes, who finally stepped forward from his corner, the monk's robes flowing around him as he moved. "If you would be so kind, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice kept deliberately low in keeping with his costume. "I believe our silent guest has prepared an entertainment for us." Mrs. Hudson broke the seal and extracted a single sheet of paper. "It appears to be a message," she said, adjusting her spectacles, written in a very elegant hand. She cleared her throat and read aloud. "Esteemed company, a treasure hides within these walls, where shadows dance and footsteps fall. Before the midnight hour is struck, A prize will vanish with some luck. The clues are scattered, as you've seen, to mark this night of Halloween. Observe, deduce, but do make haste, for time and patience both may waste. The game's afoot, as some might say. Till midnight ends this masquerade. A murmur of excitement rippled through the gathering. Mrs. Turner clapped her hands in delight, her cat ears bobbing with the motion. A treasure hunt! How delightful! More of a theft prediction, I'd say, Lestrade observed, his professional instincts visibly warring with his enjoyment of the dramatic moment. Though, as forewarned crimes go, it's certainly presented with flair. Watson glanced from Holmes to Mycroft, noting that both brothers were now studying the masked figure with identical expressions of analytical interest. The elder Holmes carefully re-rolled the small scroll he had been given and tucked it into a fold of his toga before approaching his brother. A curious development, Mycroft remarked quietly, positioning himself beside Holmes with a subtle adjustment of his laurel crown. "Your assessment, brother mine?" Holmes's eyes remained on the masked visitor as he replied. "A carefully orchestrated game, designed with specific players in mind. The compass given to Watson, the scroll to you. These are not random choices." "Indeed not," Mycroft agreed. "My scroll contains a rather specific reference to a case you consulted on last winter, the matter of the diplomatic pouch and the Danish embassy." Watson, who had moved to join them, felt the weight of the small brass compass in his pocket. "The compass must hold similar significance, though I confess its meaning eludes me at present." Holmes turned slightly, the monk's cowl shifting to reveal more of his face in the candlelight. "Consider the nature of a compass, Watson. It guides one in a particular direction, north, specifically, unless influenced by external forces." His gaze shifted briefly upward, toward the ceiling and the rooms above. "North in this house would lead to—" "Your rooms," Watson realized, his voice dropping to ensure they weren't overheard. "The sitting room and your laboratory." "Precisely," Holmes nodded. "And Mycroft's scroll references a case whose evidence was stored temporarily in the locked cabinet beside my chemical apparatus." The three men exchanged glances, coming to a silent agreement. Without drawing attention to themselves, they gradually moved toward the door of the sitting room. Mrs. Hudson had engaged the other guests in animated speculation about the meaning of the mysterious note, providing a convenient distraction. In the darkened hallway, Holmes pushed back his cowl fully, his eyes gleaming with the familiar light that Watson recognized from countless investigations. "The game, it seems, has indeed begun," he murmured, "though I suspect our masked friend has underestimated the players." "You recognize him, then?" Watson asked, keeping his voice low as they began to ascend the 17 steps to their rooms. "I have several theories," Holmes replied, gathering his monastic robes to climb more easily, "as does Mycroft, I'm sure." The elder Holmes made no comment, but his silence held its own form of confirmation, as he followed them up the stairs with surprising agility for a man of his size and sedentary habits. The toga, Watson noted with amusement, seemed to lend Mycroft a dignity that made even the ascent of a narrow staircase appear almost stately. The sitting room of 221B lay in semi-darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the banked fire, and what little light filtered through the windows from the street lamps outside. The familiar space seemed transformed by the shadows, the ordinary objects of their daily lives rendered strange and mysterious in the dim light. Holmes moved with confident familiarity to light the gas lamps, their gentle hiss breaking the silence as warm light bloomed around them. "Now," Holmes said, once the room was sufficiently illuminated, "let us consider what our masked visitor might be seeking." He crossed to the cabinet beside his chemical apparatus, a sturdy piece of furniture with a substantial lock that contained his more sensitive case materials. "The Danish embassy case, Mycroft? Are you certain that was the reference?" Mycroft produced the small scroll and handed it to his brother. "See for yourself. The mention of diplomatic channels frozen by midwinter scandal is quite specific." Holmes unrolled the parchment, his eyes scanning the elegantly penned message. "Indeed. Most interesting." He moved to the cabinet and examined the lock carefully. "Untouched, as I expected. Our friend has not yet made his move." Watson withdrew the compass from his pocket, studying it once more in the better light. "The compass points north, but we're already in the northernmost room. What further direction could it be indicating?" Holmes took the small instrument, turning it over in his long fingers. "Not direction, perhaps, but location. Observe the worn spots on the brass casing. Signs of frequent handling, but concentrated in specific areas. He pointed to several smooth patches on the compass's edge. Someone has been in the habit of opening this casing regularly. With delicate precision, Holmes found the hidden catch that Mycroft and Watson had overlooked. The brass case opened to reveal that the compass itself was merely the top layer of a more complex device. Beneath it lay a small compartment containing a folded piece of paper. "Ah," Mycroft said softly. "A message concealed within the messenger. Elegant." Holmes carefully extracted and unfolded the paper, which proved to be a small map of their sitting room, drawn with remarkable accuracy. One spot was marked with a red X, the location of Holmes's favourite armchair by the fire. Without a word, the three men moved to the indicated spot. Holmes knelt, his monk's robes pooling around him as he ran his hands over and beneath the chair with methodical thoroughness. "Nothing obvious," he murmured. "Yet this is clearly the location indicated." Watson, who had been studying the map more closely, noticed a small notation in the corner, a series of numbers that at first glance appeared to be a date. "Holmes, look at this. Could it be dimensions rather than a date? 14 inches from the front leg, 7 from the side, and 3 inches up?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with approval. "Excellent, Watson. Your instincts continue to serve you well." He made the precise measurements using the ruler from his desk, his fingers probing the underside of the chair at the exact location. "Ah, there is indeed something affixed here." With careful movements, Holmes detached a small object that had been secured to the chair's underside with a wax. A key, old and ornate, its design suggesting it belonged to a piece of furniture rather than a door. "Curious," Mycroft observed, adjusting his toga as he leaned forward to examine the key. "Not one I recognise from your collection, brother." "Nor I," Holmes admitted, turning the key over in his palm. "Yet it has been placed here deliberately, as part of our masked friends game." He straightened, surveying the room with narrowed eyes. "The question is, what lock is it meant to open?" The three men stood in contemplative silence, each mentally cataloguing the various locked items within the flat. Watson's gaze wandered from Holmes's desk to the bookshelves, then to the chemical apparatus, seeking any object that might require such a key. "Perhaps," Mycroft suggested after a moment, "we are approaching this from the wrong angle. The key itself may be the clue, rather than what it opens." Holmes nodded slowly, studying the key with renewed interest. "The design is distinctive. Late 18th century, if I'm not mistaken. See the filigree work on the bow? That particular pattern was fashionable during the reign of George III. Watson's eyes widened with sudden realization. "The portrait! Holmes, the key matches the one visible in that portrait we acquired last month, the one of your maternal grandmother that now hangs in my bedroom." Without waiting for confirmation, Watson led the way to his bedroom, where a modestly sized portrait hung on the wall opposite his bed. The painting depicted a handsome woman in late 18th century dress seated at a writing desk. On the desk beside her hand lay a key, rendered with the same distinctive filigree pattern as the one they had found. Holmes examined the portrait closely, his keen eyes noting details that others might miss. "The frame," he said finally. "It's been tampered with, recently." He ran his fingers along the wooden edge of the frame, finding a small, nearly invisible seam. "There's a compartment built into the frame itself. With careful pressure, a section of the frame's edge slid open, revealing a narrow space within." Holmes extracted a folded piece of paper, similar in appearance to the note left on the mantelpiece downstairs. He unfolded it, and the three men leaned in to read the message written in the same elegant hand. "Well done, Detectives 3. The hunt progresses splendidly. But time advances. Hear the chime. You're racing now against the time. The final prize awaits below, where music sweet and soft may flow. Find it before the midnight knell, or bid your treasure fond farewell." "Music," Mycroft mused. "Your violin, brother?" Holmes shook his head. "Too obvious, and the clue specifies below, suggesting we should return downstairs." "Mrs. Hudson's piano," Watson suggested, "in the downstairs sitting room." "Of course," Holmes agreed. "The instrument is rarely used, but she keeps it in tune for those occasions when musical guests might visit." The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the half-hour, reminding them that midnight approached. With a shared glance of understanding, the three men made their way back down the stairs, Holmes once again pulling his cowl forward to maintain his monastic disguise. They returned to find the masquerade in full swing, the mysterious atmosphere created by the masked visitor's message having enhanced rather than dampened the festivities. Lestrade had apparently appointed himself the official investigator of the treasure hunt, and was examining the room with exaggerated thoroughness that drew laughs from the other guests. The masked figure remained in their corner, observing the proceedings with inscrutable silence. Holmes, Watson and Mycroft re-entered the sitting room separately, attempting to appear casual in their renewed interest in Mrs. Hudson's small piano that stood against one wall. The instrument, rarely played but lovingly maintained, was draped with a decorative shawl for the occasion, autumn leaves, and small candles arranged atop it as part of the Halloween decorations. Watson engaged Mrs. Turner in conversation near the piano, while Holmes drifted closer to the instrument, apparently deep in monastic contemplation. Mycroft positioned himself by the fireplace, his imposing presence drawing attention away from his brother's subtle movements. With a monk's practised patience, Holmes waited for the perfect moment when all eyes were directed elsewhere, then quickly lifted the piano's lid. Inside, nestled among the strings, lay a small velvet pouch tied with a silver cord. With fingers accustomed to handling delicate evidence, Holmes extracted the pouch and concealed it within his robes, letting the piano lid close silently. The grandfather clock began to chime for the 3/4 hour. 15 minutes remained until midnight, when, according to the masked visitor's riddle, the theft would occur. Holmes caught Watson's eye, then Mycroft's, a silent communication passing between them. The three withdrew once more to the hallway, where Holmes produced the velvet pouch. "The final piece of our puzzle, I presume," Mycroft commented, adjusting his laurel crown, which had begun to list slightly after the evening's exertions. Holmes untied the silver cord and emptied the pouch's contents into his palm, a small, intricately carved ivory chess piece. A knight. "Curious choice," Watson observed. The knight, the piece that moves in unexpected ways, following its own unique pattern on the board. "And traditionally carved to resemble a horse," Holmes added, examining the piece closely. "A horse that might bear a rider, or a messenger." The front door knocker sounded suddenly, the noise startlingly loud in the quiet hallway. The three men exchanged surprised glances as Mrs. Hudson emerged from the sitting room to answer it. On the doorstep stood a young constable, his uniform partially visible beneath a hastily donned overcoat, his expression suggesting urgent business. "Begging your pardon, ma'am," they heard him say, "but is Inspector Lestrade here? There's been a development in the Mortimer case that requires his immediate attention." The arrival of the young constable created a momentary ripple in the carefully orchestrated atmosphere of the masquerade. Mrs. Hudson, ever the perfect hostess, ushered him into the hallway with a mixture of concern and disappointment that the evening's festivities might be disrupted. The constable, clearly uncomfortable at intruding upon the Halloween gathering, kept his gaze fixed firmly on his rain-dampened boots, which were leaving small puddles on the polished floor. "Inspector Lestrade is indeed here," Mrs. Hudson informed him, gesturing toward the sitting room where laughter and conversation continued unabated, "though I'm afraid you may have some difficulty recognizing him in his current guise." Holmes, Watson and Mycroft remained in the shadowed portion of the hallway. The chess knight now safely returned to its velvet pouch and concealed within Holmes's monastic robes. They observed as Lestrade emerged from the sitting room, his devil horns now completely askew and his trident tucked awkwardly under one arm. "What's this about the Mortimer case, Jenkins?" Lestrade asked, his voice carrying the slight edge of a man who had been enjoying himself and was not pleased at the interruption. "I left explicit instructions that I was not to be disturbed unless the matter was of the utmost urgency." The young constable straightened, clearly intimidated by Lestrade's tone despite the incongruous devil costume. "Begging your pardon, Inspector, but there's been a development that Sergeant Wilkins thought you should know about immediately. A message was delivered to the yard not an hour ago, sir, concerning the evidence that went missing last week." Lestrade's expression sharpened, the last vestiges of his festive mood evaporating. "A message? From whom?" "That's just it, sir," the constable replied, lowering his voice. "It wasn't signed, but it contained information about the case that hasn't been made public. And there was something else, sir, a kind of riddle, or poem, along with it. Sergeant Wilkins thought it might be the same person who's been leaving those notes at the other crime scenes." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, their interest piqued by this unexpected development. The Mortimer case had been in the newspapers for the past week, a straightforward burglary at the home of a prominent banker that had become complicated when evidence from the scene had disappeared from Scotland Yard's own evidence room. Lestrade ran a hand through his hair, further disturbing his costume. "I'll need to see this message immediately. Please convey my apologies to Mrs. Hudson," he added, turning to her with genuine regret. "Duty calls, I'm afraid." "Of course, Inspector," Mrs. Hudson replied with gracious understanding, "though I do hope you might be able to return before the evening concludes. There's still plenty of cider, and I've yet to serve the special apple tart I prepared." Lestrade's expression suggested he was torn between duty and the promised dessert, but professionalism prevailed. "I shall certainly try, Mrs. Hudson. Your hospitality has been exemplary, as always." He turned to retrieve his coat, then paused, suddenly remembering his costume. "Perhaps I should change first." "Nonsense," Holmes said, stepping forward from the shadows, his monk's cowl still concealing much of his face. "The devil may go where he pleases in London on Halloween night without raising undue alarm, and time appears to be of the essence." Lestrade seemed startled by Holmes's sudden appearance, but nodded in acknowledgement of the practical advice. "Right you are, Mr. Holmes, though I dare say the lads at the yard will have something to say about it." He donned his overcoat, which covered much of the costume but did nothing to disguise the tilted horns still affixed to his forehead. With a final apologetic nod to Mrs. Hudson, he followed the constable out into the foggy night. As the door closed behind them, Watson turned to Holmes with a raised eyebrow. "Curious timing, wouldn't you say? A mysterious message at Scotland Yard while we ourselves are engaged in unravelling cryptic clues here at Baker Street." "Most curious indeed," Holmes agreed, his voice still pitched low in keeping with his monastic persona. "One might almost suspect a connection, though that would imply a level of orchestration beyond a simple Halloween prank." Mycroft, who had been observing the exchange with characteristic detachment, now spoke. "The chess knight remains our most immediate concern. What significance do you attach to it, Sherlock?" Holmes withdrew the velvet pouch and once again emptied the ivory chess piece into his palm. "It is an exquisite piece of craftsmanship," he observed, turning it to catch the light from the hallway lamp. "Late 19th century, judging by the carving style and almost certainly from a set of some value. Note the attention to detail in the horse's mane and the knight's armour. But why this particular piece, Watson wondered? And what connection does it have to the masked visitor's riddle about a theft before midnight?" Before Holmes could respond, Mrs. Hudson appeared at the sitting-room door. "Gentlemen, your presence is missed inside, and our mysterious guest has been asking for you, or rather gesturing quite insistently toward your absence." "We shall rejoin the festivities momentarily, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes assured her, slipping the chess piece back into its pouch. "A brief consultation on a matter of minor importance." Mrs. Hudson's expression suggested she was not entirely convinced, but was too polite to press the issue. "Very well, though I should mention that the grandfather clock is about to strike 11. If there is indeed to be some revelation at midnight, as our masked friend's note suggested, time grows short." As she returned to her guests, the three men drew closer together, their voices dropping to ensure privacy. "The chess knight," Mycroft mused, "suggests strategy, movement in unexpected patterns. A player who thinks several moves ahead." "It may also be a specific reference," Holmes added. "Watson, do you recall our visitor from last spring? The retired colonel with the unusual chess set?" Watson's brow furrowed in concentration. "Colonel Havisham? The one who claimed his antique chess set had been partially stolen. Only the white pieces, if I remember correctly." "Precisely," Holmes nodded. "A case I declined, as it seemed more a matter for ordinary police work than a consulting detective. The colonel was most displeased with my refusal." "You suspect this is Havisham's knight?" Mycroft asked, his tone suggesting he was following his brother's reasoning. "It would explain much," Holmes replied. "The elaborate game, the focus on theft, the theatrical presentation, all consistent with a man of the colonel's background and temperament. He served in India for many years and developed a fondness for elaborate puzzles and games of strategy." The grandfather clock began to strike 11, its deep tones reverberating through the hallway. The sound seemed to galvanize Holmes, who straightened, tucking the velvet pouch securely within his robes. "Let us return to the gathering," he said. "If my theory is correct, our masked visitor will make another move as midnight approaches, and I believe it would be most instructive to observe his reaction to the chess knight's apparent disappearance." The three men re-entered the sitting-room, where the Halloween masquerade continued in full swing despite Lestrade's departure. The absence of the inspector had been noted but not dwelled upon, the remaining guests having turned their attention to a game of charades, organised by Mrs. Turner's niece. The masked figure stood apart from this activity, their posture suggesting alert observation rather than withdrawn disinterest. Holmes returned to his corner, once again the silent monk, while Watson rejoined a small group near the refreshment table. Mycroft positioned himself by the fireplace, his senatorial presence drawing natural attention and providing excellent cover for his own careful observations of the room. Mrs. Hudson approached Holmes, a cup of cider in her hand. "I thought you might like a refreshment, Mr. Holmes," she said, offering him the steaming cup. "It's growing rather late, and the night has held more excitement than perhaps any of us anticipated." Holmes accepted the cider with a gracious nod, his eyes never leaving the masked figure across the room. "Your hospitality has been exemplary as always, Mrs. Hudson. I trust the evening has met your expectations despite its unexpected developments?" A smile warmed the landlady's face. "Indeed it has, Mr. Holmes. There's nothing like a bit of mystery to enliven a gathering, especially on Halloween night." She lowered her voice slightly. "Though between ourselves, I begin to suspect our mysterious visitor may be known to you. The way they watch your movements suggests a personal interest rather than mere theatrical mischief." Holmes's eyebrow rose slightly beneath his cowl. Mrs. Hudson's perceptiveness continued to surprise him, even after all their years of association. "A most astute observation," he murmured, "one that I have also considered." As Mrs. Hudson moved away to attend to her other guests, Holmes sipped the warm cider, its spiced sweetness a pleasant counterpoint to the cool evening air. From his vantage point he could observe the entire room. Watson engaged in animated conversation with the pharmacist, Mycroft holding court by the fireplace, and the masked figure, who had begun to move slowly around the perimeter of the room with deliberate steps. The figure's path brought them gradually closer to the piano where, unknown to most of the guests, the velvet pouch had been hidden earlier. Holmes watched with interest as the masked visitor paused near the instrument, gloved fingers trailing lightly across its polished surface. There was a moment of stillness, then a subtle tensing of the figure's shoulders, a reaction so slight that only Holmes and perhaps Mycroft would have noticed it. The masked figure turned slowly, their head moving as if scanning the room. When their gaze fell upon Holmes in his corner, there was another moment of perfect stillness. Then, with deliberate grace, the figure reached within their cloak and withdrew an envelope identical to the one they had placed on the mantelpiece earlier. This time, however, they approached Holmes directly, extending the envelope with a formal bow. A hush fell over the sitting room as the other guests noticed this development. Mrs. Turner whispered something to her niece, while the pharmacist and his wife exchanged meaningful glances. Mrs. Hudson, ever the perfect hostess, merely smiled and continued arranging a plate of gingerbread, though her attention was clearly focused on the interaction. Holmes accepted the envelope with a monk's humble nod, maintaining his character even as he broke the red wax seal and extracted the note within. The assembled guests watched in anticipation as his eyes moved across the page. After a moment, he raised his gaze to the masked figure. "It seems," he said, his voice pitched to carry throughout the room, "that our mysterious friend has proposed a challenge. The note reads, 'The night has vanished, as I foresaw, taken by hands both quick and sure. But theft, when done with proper skill, may serve a purpose, fulfill a will, return the piece to its rightful place, before the clock completes its race. Else what was lost shall stay that way, and incomplete the set shall stay.'" A murmur of excitement rippled through the gathering. The reference to the chess knight and the implied theft confirmed Holmes's theory about Colonel Havisham, though the Colonel's purpose in orchestrating this elaborate game remained unclear. The masked figure made an expansive gesture, sweeping their arm to indicate the entire room, then pointed dramatically to the grandfather clock visible through the doorway. The message was clear. The chess piece was to be returned somewhere within this room before midnight struck. "But where is its rightful place?" Watson wondered aloud, having moved to stand beside Holmes. "And what exactly happens at midnight?" The masked figure reached once more into their cloak and withdrew a small object that gleamed in the candlelight. A second chess piece, identical in style to the knight, but shaped as a rook or castle. They placed it on the mantelpiece with ceremonial precision, then stepped back, their posture suggesting expectation. A demonstration, Mycroft observed, approaching from the fireplace. Our friend is showing us where the night belongs, with its companion piece. Holmes nodded slowly. The Colonel is completing his chess set piece by piece through this elaborate game. The question remains, why involve us in such a theatrical manner? The masked figure, Colonel Havisham, if Holmes's deduction was correct, made another gesture, pointing first to Holmes, then to the clock, then drawing a finger across their throat in a dramatic slicing motion. I believe our friend is suggesting that time grows short, Watson interpreted, and that failure will have consequences. Theatrical to the last, Holmes murmured. He withdrew the velvet pouch from within his robes, aware that all eyes in the room were now fixed upon him. With deliberate movements, he removed the ivory knight and held it up for all to see. I believe this is what our masked visitor seeks. A collective gasp rose from the guests who had not been privy to the earlier discovery. Mrs. Hudson clasped her hands in delight at this new development in the evening's entertainment, while Miss Peterson applauded spontaneously, then covered her mouth in embarrassment at her own enthusiasm. The masked figure extended a gloved hand, clearly expecting Holmes to return the chess piece directly to them. Instead, Holmes stepped forward and placed the knight on the mantelpiece beside the rook, the two ivory pieces gleaming like ghosts in the flickering light. The proper set, he said, addressing the masked visitor directly. Though I suspect these are merely two pieces of a larger collection. The white knight and rook from Colonel Havisham's stolen chess set, if I'm not mistaken. The sitting room fell completely silent. Even Mrs. Hudson's perpetual motion about the room stilled as all attention focused on the interaction between Holmes and the mysterious visitor. For a long moment nothing happened. Then, with a fluid motion that spoke of theatrical training, the masked figure reached up and removed their Venetian mask. The face revealed belonged, as Holmes had deduced, to Colonel Archibald Havisham, his distinctive white moustache and imperial bearing unmistakable despite the dramatic costume. His expression held a mixture of resignation and amusement as he executed another formal bow. "Well deduced, Mr. Holmes," the Colonel said, his voice carrying the crisp authority of decades of military command, "though I expected no less from a man of your reputation." "The question remains, Colonel," Holmes replied, "as to why you chose this particular method of, shall we say, engagement? A simple visit during consulting hours would have sufficed." Colonel Havisham's moustache twitched with barely suppressed mirth. "Where would be the challenge in that? After you declined my case last spring, quite rudely I might add, I was determined to present it to you in a manner you could not refuse." He gestured to the chess pieces on the mantelpiece. "These are but 2 of the 12 white pieces stolen from my collection, irreplaceable family heirlooms, carved by my grandfather during his time in India." "And the remainder?" Mycroft inquired, adjusting his toga with the dignified air of a true Roman senator. "I presume you have a theory as to their location?" "Indeed, sir," the Colonel replied, inclining his head respectfully toward the elder Holmes. "I believe they were taken by my former secretary, a man who had access to my home and who disappeared shortly after the theft. The remaining pieces have been appearing one by one in curious locations throughout London over the past month." Watson's brow furrowed in confusion. But why not simply report this to Scotland Yard? Surely Lestrade would have... He stopped suddenly, a new understanding dawning on his face. The Mortimer case. That message that called Lestrade away. A necessary diversion, Colonel Havisham admitted, without a trace of remorse. "I required Mr. Holmes's undivided attention for this final phase of recovery. Inspector Lestrade will find nothing amiss at Scotland Yard, merely a note explaining that the message was a Halloween prank by some of the younger constables." Holmes's expression remained impassive, though Watson detected a subtle shift in his posture that suggested grudging admiration for the Colonel's elaborate scheme. "And the remaining chess pieces, you believe they are here in this house?" "I know they are," Colonel Havisham replied with absolute certainty. "My investigation has traced them to a specific location within these walls. The knight and rook were merely the beginning. Tests, if you will, of your willingness to engage with the puzzle. The true challenge awaits." The grandfather clock in the hallway began to chime for the 3/4 hour. 15 minutes remained until midnight, when, according to the Colonel's riddle, something significant would occur. "Well then, Colonel," Holmes said, his voice carrying the edge of anticipation that Watson recognized from countless investigations, "perhaps you should enlighten us as to the nature of this true challenge before time expires." Colonel Havisham smiled, the expression transforming his austere features into something almost boyish despite his advanced years. "With pleasure, Mr. Holmes. The remaining chess pieces are hidden throughout this house, each accompanied by a clue to the next. Recover them all before midnight, and the set will be complete. Fail, and—" He paused dramatically. Well, failure would be its own punishment, would it not? A mystery left unsolved, a challenge unmet. "And the beginning point of this treasure hunt?" Mycroft inquired, his tone suggesting he found the Colonel's theatrics faintly amusing. In response, Colonel Havisham produced a small piece of paper from within his cloak and handed it to Holmes. "Your starting point, sir. Though I warn you, the subsequent clues grow progressively more challenging." Holmes unfolded the paper, his eyes scanning the contents quickly. "Watson, Mycroft, it seems we have a puzzle to solve." He turned to Mrs. Hudson, who had been watching the exchange with undisguised fascination. "Mrs. Hudson, I must apologize for the disruption to your Halloween gathering, but it appears that your house has been selected as the site of Colonel Havisham's elaborate game." Far from being displeased, Mrs. Hudson appeared delighted. "Not at all, Mr. Holmes. What better entertainment for a Halloween masquerade than a genuine treasure hunt? By all means, proceed, and perhaps our other guests might assist as well." She looked around at the assembled company, who responded with enthusiastic nods and exclamations. "A community effort, then," Watson said with a smile, adjusting his pirate eye patch. "Colonel Havisham, it seems your challenge has been accepted." The Colonel bowed deeply, clearly satisfied with this outcome. "Excellent. The game is afoot, as they say. Though remember, midnight approaches, and with it, the conclusion of our little drama." Holmes reread the clue, his expression growing focused in the way Watson knew so well. The first piece is hidden, according to this riddle, where daily bread becomes daily news. Mrs. Hudson's kitchen table, I believe, where she often reads the morning paper while preparing breakfast. With that deduction, the treasure hunt began in earnest. The Halloween masquerade transformed into a housewide search, the guests dividing into small groups to follow the trail of clues. Mrs. Turner and her niece discovered the White Bishop tucked behind a volume of Shakespeare in the bookshelf. The pharmacist found the Queen hidden ingeniously within Mrs. Hudson's sewing basket. Watson himself located the White King balanced precariously atop the stuffed owl that graced Holmes's collection of ornithological specimens. As the minutes ticked away toward midnight, the atmosphere in 221B Baker Street grew increasingly charged with excitement. Each discovered chess piece was brought to the mantelpiece and placed beside the knight and rook, the collection growing piece by piece. Holmes moved through the house with the focused energy that characterized his investigations, his monk's robes flowing behind him as he deciphered the increasingly complex clues. Colonel Havisham watched it all with evident satisfaction, occasionally offering cryptic hints when the searchers seemed truly stumped. Mycroft, despite his initial air of detached amusement, entered into the spirit of the hunt with surprising enthusiasm, his analytical mind proving particularly adept at unravelling the Colonel's more literary riddles. The grandfather clock in the hallway began to chime the hour. Midnight had arrived. The assembled company gathered in the sitting room, breathless from their exertions but triumphant. On the mantelpiece stood 11 white chess pieces, knight, rook, king, queen, bishop, and 6 pawns, gleaming in the candlelight like ivory sentinels. 11 pieces, Holmes said, turning to Colonel Havisham. The set remains incomplete by 1. The Colonel's expression was unreadable as he approached the mantelpiece, studying the recovered pieces with a practised eye. "Indeed, Mr. Holmes, the White Queen's knight remains missing, the final piece of the puzzle, as it were." "And its location?" Mycroft inquired, adjusting his laurel crown, which had become decidedly askew during the treasure hunt. Colonel Havisham smiled enigmatically. "That, sir, is the true mystery, for I myself do not know where it lies." The grandfather clock's final chime of midnight echoed through the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, its resonant tone hanging in the air like an unfinished question. Colonel Havisham's revelation that the final chess piece, the White Queen's knight, remained not only unfound but its location unknown even to him, had created a palpable shift in the atmosphere. What had begun as an elaborate Halloween game had suddenly transformed into a genuine mystery. Holmes stood before the mantelpiece, studying the 11 recovered chess pieces with the same intense focus he might give to critical evidence at a crime scene. The ivory figures gleamed in the candlelight, their craftsmanship exceptional, each piece a small masterpiece of carving, from the regal posture of the king to the delicate features of the pawns. The absence of the 12th piece was conspicuous, like a missing tooth in an otherwise perfect smile. "You say you don't know the location of the final piece, Colonel," Holmes said, turning to face Havisham. "Yet you orchestrated this elaborate treasure hunt with considerable precision. The contradiction is intriguing." Colonel Havisham straightened his shoulders, the theatrical flair of his masked persona giving way to the more straightforward bearing of a military man. "No contradiction, Mr. Holmes. The first 11 pieces were recovered by me personally over the past month, each found in various locations across London, each with a clue leading to the next. But the final clue, the one that should have led to the Queen's Knight, was indecipherable. After several fruitless weeks of attempting to solve it, I determined that more specialized expertise was required. And thus this evening's entertainment," Mycroft observed, his tone suggesting he found the Colonel's methods unnecessarily dramatic but not without merit. "Precisely," Havisham nodded. "I believe that if anyone could unravel the final riddle, it would be Sherlock Holmes, particularly with the assistance of his brother and Dr. Watson." He reached into his cloak and withdrew a small yellowed envelope. "This contains the final clue, exactly as I found it with the White Bishop 3 weeks ago. I have made no progress in deciphering its meaning." Holmes accepted the envelope, noting its age and the faint scent of sandalwood that clung to the paper. The seal had been broken, but Holmes handled it as carefully as if it were intact, sliding out a single sheet of paper covered in what appeared to be a series of symbols rather than conventional writing. "Most interesting," he murmured, holding the paper closer to the candlelight. "A cipher, though not one I immediately recognize." He glanced at Mycroft. "Your thoughts, brother?" Mycroft studied the paper over Holmes's shoulder, his expression thoughtful. Not a standard diplomatic cipher, certainly. Something more personal. Note the recurring elements that suggest a substitution cipher rather than a transposition. The remaining guests had gathered around, their Halloween costumes creating a surreal tableau as they peered at the mysterious document. Mrs. Hudson, still in her wise woman's garb, pressed closer with undisguised curiosity. "Is it a foreign language, Mr. Holmes?" she asked. "Those squiggles don't look like any writing I've ever seen." "Not foreign, Mrs. Hudson, but private," Holmes replied. "A language invented for the sole purpose of concealment. A personal cipher used by someone intimately connected to these chess pieces." He turned to Colonel Havisham. "Tell me more about your former secretary, the man you suspect of the original theft. What was his background, his interests?" Colonel Havisham's moustache twitched as he considered the question. "Jameson was with me for nearly 5 years, educated at Cambridge, specialised in linguistics. Bit of a chess enthusiast himself, which is why I suspected him immediately. Always hovering about when I would play in the evenings." "Cambridge linguistics," Mycroft repeated thoughtfully. "Any particular area of focus?" "Ancient scripts, I believe," Havisham replied. He often spoke of his fascination with how written language evolved. Mentioned something once about creating his own perfect writing system that combined elements from various historical alphabets. Holmes's eyes gleamed with the light of intellectual pursuit, which would explain the eclectic nature of these symbols, not a pure cipher at all, but a hybrid system drawing from multiple sources. He carefully refolded the paper and slipped it into his monk's robe. "This will require proper analysis with reference materials at hand. If the company will excuse us, I believe Watson, Mycroft and I should retire to my rooms upstairs where we have the necessary resources." Mrs. Hudson, ever the perceptive hostess, recognised the shift in priorities. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. Our little Halloween gathering has served its purpose in bringing this mystery to light. Perhaps the rest of us should conclude the evening's festivities, while you gentlemen tackle this puzzle." The other guests, though clearly fascinated by the unfolding mystery, murmured their agreement. The hour was late, and the excitement of the treasure hunt had left many of them pleasantly exhausted. With gracious efficiency, Mrs. Hudson began the process of concluding the party, thanking each guest for their attendance while Colonel Havisham carefully gathered the recovered chess pieces into a small wooden box he produced from within his cloak. "I shall leave these in your care, Mr. Holmes," he said, placing the box on the mantelpiece. "All 11 pieces with space awaiting the 12th. I have rooms at the Northumberland Hotel and will await word from you when, if you decipher the clue." He hesitated, then added, with military precision, "I am in your debt for engaging with my unconventional approach to securing your services." Holmes acknowledged this with a slight nod. "Unconventional indeed, Colonel. though I confess your methods have provided a welcome diversion on this All Hallows Eve. We shall be in touch when we have results to report." As the guests made their farewells and collected their coats and hats, Holmes, Watson and Mycroft slipped away up the 17 steps to the familiar confines of their sitting room. The gas lamps were quickly lit, dispelling the shadows and creating pools of warm light that illuminated the cluttered but comfortable space. Holmes immediately went to the bookshelf, pulling down several volumes on cryptography and ancient writing systems. "Make yourself comfortable, Mycroft," he said, gesturing to his own armchair while he continued gathering reference materials. "This may require several hours of concentrated effort." Mycroft settled his considerable frame into the chair with a sigh of satisfaction, removing his laurel crown and placing it carefully on the side table. "A most unexpected conclusion to the evening," he observed, watching as Holmes cleared space on the desk for their work, "though I confess I find this genuine puzzle far more stimulating than the manufactured treasures we've been hunting all evening." Watson, removing his pirate eye patch with relief, nodded in agreement. From theatrical games to actual investigation in the span of a single chime of the clock, Colonel Havisham certainly knows how to command attention. He moved to assist Holmes, bringing additional candles to supplement the gaslight and provide better illumination for their cryptographic work. Once the desk was prepared to his satisfaction, Holmes carefully removed the cipher from his pocket and spread it flat, securing the corners with small weights to prevent the aged paper from curling. The three men gathered around, studying the mysterious symbols with renewed concentration. "The first step," Holmes said, slipping naturally into his role as master detective, "is to determine what we're looking at. These symbols appear to draw from multiple alphabets and writing systems." He pointed to several characters. "This group here resembles ancient Greek, while these have the hallmarks of Phoenician script, and these curved elements suggest Sanskrit influence." Mycroft leaned closer, his keen eyes narrowing. "There's a pattern to their arrangement, however. Note the repetition at what appears to be regular intervals, suggestive of a natural language structure rather than random assignment." "English," Watson suggested, studying the pattern. "The frequency and grouping would be consistent with English text transcribed into this hybrid alphabet." Holmes nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Watson. If we assume English as the underlying language, we can begin to apply frequency analysis to the most common symbols." He reached for a sheet of paper and began to make notations, tallying the occurrences of each symbol throughout the text. As the clock ticked steadily in the background, the three men worked in comfortable synchrony, each contributing to the decipherment process according to their strengths. Mycroft's encyclopedic knowledge of historical writing systems proved invaluable in identifying the origins of various symbols. Watson's practical approach to pattern recognition helped establish the framework for their substitution efforts, and Holmes, with his unparalleled ability to synthesize disparate pieces of information, gradually brought order to the chaos of the cipher. "The most common symbol appears 14 times throughout the text," Holmes noted after completing his frequency count. "In English, the most common letter is E, suggesting this character, the one resembling a backward Greek sigma, likely represents E. And this one, with 3 horizontal lines, appears at the beginning of several word groups," Mycroft added. "Perhaps T or A, both common first letters." Watson, who had been cross-referencing their work with one of Holmes's cryptography texts, looked up suddenly. "I believe I've found something. This particular arrangement of symbols, the sequence that repeats here and here, matches a pattern I've seen in one of Colonel Havisham's clues from earlier this evening." Holmes and Mycroft turned to him with identical expressions of interest. "The clue that led us to the White Bishop," Watson continued, warming to his discovery. "It contained a phrase, 'Guardian of the Diagonal Path,' which would be a poetic description of a bishop's movement in chess. If this repeated sequence in our cipher translates to knight, or Queen's Knight, then we have our starting point," Holmes finished, his eyes alight with the thrill of the chase. "Excellent work, Watson." With this breakthrough, their progress accelerated. Symbol by symbol, the strange text began to surrender its secrets. Holmes filled sheet after sheet with tentative translations, crossing out and revising as new patterns emerged and confirmed their hypotheses. Mycroft occasionally consulted the reference books, verifying the origins of particular characters, while Watson maintained their working substitution key, ensuring consistency throughout the decipherment process. The grandfather clock in the hallway below chimed 1, then 2. the hours passing unnoticed as the three men remained absorbed in their intellectual puzzle. Mrs. Hudson, having bid farewell to the last of her guests, looked briefly to offer a late-night pot of tea, which was accepted with distracted gratitude. "I've nearly completed the first section," Holmes announced as the clock approached 3 a.m. "It appears to be a narrative rather than simply a location clue, a story of sorts." He cleared his throat and read from his translation. "The Queen's Knight travels where others cannot, moving in patterns, unexpected yet precise. It alone among the pieces knows the secret path, the way between direct and diagonal that confounds those who think in straight lines." "Poetic," Mycroft commented dryly, "but hardly helpful in terms of practical location." "There's more," Holmes continued, turning to the next section of his translation. "Its resting place lies where the spiral meets the square, where time turns back upon itself without moving forward." Watson frowned, rubbing his tired eyes. "That sounds more like philosophical musing than a concrete clue." "Perhaps," Holmes agreed, "though in my experience, even the most abstract riddle contains literal elements when properly interpreted." He continued working through the remaining symbols, his pen scratching steadily across the paper as dawn approached. Outside, the heavy fog had begun to thin slightly, the first pale light of November 1st filtering through in weak, watery rays. The Halloween masquerade had ended, its costumes and pretenses set aside, but the mystery it had unveiled continued to unfold in the quiet concentration of the sitting room at 221B. Finally, as the mantel clock chimed 5, Holmes sat back in his chair with an expression of satisfaction. "I believe I have it, the complete translation." He arranged his papers in order and began to read the fully deciphered text. "The Queen's Knight travels where others cannot, moving in patterns unexpected yet precise. It alone among the pieces knows the secret path, the way between direct and diagonal that confounds those who think in straight lines. Its resting place lies where the spiral meets the square, where time turns back upon itself without moving forward. Look to the heart of Baker Street, to the centre of the labyrinth where the Guardian keeps watch over the passage of hours. The knight awaits the player who understands that in chess, as in life, the most valuable movements often appear the least direct." A moment of silence followed this reading, as all three men considered the implications of the decoded message. "The Guardian who keeps watch over the passage of hours," Watson repeated thoughtfully. "That suggests a clock of some kind." "Indeed," Mycroft agreed, and combined with the reference to spirals and squares and time turning back upon itself. Holmes's eyes suddenly widened with comprehension. "Of course, it's been before us all evening." He rose from the desk with renewed energy, despite the hours of concentrated work. "Mrs. Hudson's grandfather's clock in the hallway. The face is square, but the mechanism inside moves in circular, spiral patterns, and it literally measures time turning back upon itself, hour after hour." The three men exchanged glances of mutual understanding, then moved as one toward the door and down the stairs. The hallway below lay in pre-dawn dimness, the grandfather clock standing like a silent sentinel against the wall. Its pendulum swung with hypnotic regularity, marking the seconds with metronomic precision as it had done throughout the night's events. Holmes approached the clock with careful reverence, his keen eyes examining every aspect of its construction. "The heart of Baker Street," he murmured, "the central timekeeper of this house, from which all activities are measured and regulated." "But how does one access the interior without damaging the clock itself?" Watson wondered, studying the polished wooden case with its locked front panel. Holmes's lips curved in a slight smile. "One doesn't need to. Observe the carved decorations around the clock face." He pointed to the ornate woodwork surrounding the dial, where intricate patterns of leaves and flowers had been crafted by a master artisan of a previous century. "Note this particular motif at the 6 o'clock position, a stylized rose with an unusual centre." Mycroft leaned closer, his eyes narrowing. "It appears to protrude slightly more than the others." "Precisely," Holmes nodded. With careful fingers he pressed the centre of the carved rose. There was a soft click, and a small, previously invisible drawer slid outward from beneath the clock face. And there, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay the missing White Queen's Knight, the final piece of Colonel Havisham's chess set. Holmes lifted the ivory piece carefully, holding it up to catch the first light of dawn that now filtered through the hallway window. The craftsmanship matched the other pieces perfectly, the knight's horse head carved with exceptional detail and artistry. "The complete set," Watson said softly, "all 12 pieces recovered." "And the mystery solved," Mycroft added with satisfaction. "A fitting conclusion to our Halloween adventure." Holmes turned the chess piece in his fingers, studying it from all angles before placing it carefully on the small table beside the clock. "Not quite concluded," he corrected gently. "We still have the matter of how the pieces came to be scattered throughout London in the first place, and the question of Colonel Havisham's secretary, his motive for the original theft and his purpose in creating this elaborate treasure hunt." Watson suppressed a yawn, the night's exertions finally catching up with him. Questions for daylight hours, perhaps, after some much-needed rest. Holmes's gaze remained on the ivory knight, his expression suggesting his mind was already racing ahead to the next phase of the investigation. "Of course, Watson, you and Mycroft should certainly retire. I believe I'll send a telegram to Colonel Havisham informing him of our success, then perhaps review my notes on similar cases of theft and redemption." As Watson and Mycroft exchanged knowing glances, both well acquainted with Holmes's tireless pursuit of intellectual puzzles, the first full rays of November sunlight broke through the thinning fog outside, casting long golden beams across the hallway floor. The Halloween masquerade had ended, but as with all good mysteries, its resolution promised to be just as intriguing as the puzzle itself. The morning light of November first filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street, transforming the familiar sitting room with its golden touch. The remnants of Halloween night lay scattered about, Holmes's monk habit draped over a chair, Watson's pirate accessories piled on the side table, and the 11 recovered chess pieces arranged in precise formation on the desk. The 12th piece, the White Queen's Knight found in the secret compartment of Mrs. Hudson's grandfather clock, occupied the place of honour at the centre. Holmes stood by the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the pale autumn light. He had changed from his costume into his usual attire, though his hair remained slightly dishevelled from the night's exertions. In one hand he held a telegram that had arrived minutes earlier, in the other the recovered chess knight, which he turned absently between his fingers as he contemplated the message. "Colonel Havisham will join us at 11, he announced, glancing at the mantel clock that showed 9:30. "His telegram expresses considerable enthusiasm at our success." Watson, who had managed a few hours of sleep and now sat with a reviving cup of coffee, nodded appreciatively. "I imagine he's quite eager to reclaim his complete chess set after such an elaborate recovery process." He stifled a yawn, still feeling the effects of their late-night cryptographic efforts. "What of Mycroft? Will he be joining us for this final act?" "My brother," Holmes replied with a hint of amusement, "has returned to his rooms at the Diogenes Club, citing excessive socialization as a threat to his digestive equilibrium. He sends his regards and requests a full accounting of any further developments." He placed the chess knight back with its companions and turned fully from the window. "However, I've taken the liberty of inviting another guest to our gathering, Inspector Lestrade, who I believe deserves an explanation for his Halloween diversion." Watson's eyebrows rose. "You've informed Lestrade about Colonel Havisham's deception regarding the Mortimer case message?" "Not explicitly," Holmes admitted, moving to his desk where several open reference books still lay from their night's work. "But I suggested that the conclusion to our Halloween mystery might shed light on his abrupt summons to Scotland Yard. He responded with remarkably good humour, considering he missed Mrs. Hudson's special apple tart." As if conjured by the mention of her name, Mrs. Hudson herself appeared at the doorway, bearing a fresh pot of coffee and a plate of warm scones. She had resumed her usual attire, though Watson thought he detected a lingering sparkle in her eyes that suggested the excitement of the masquerade had not entirely faded. "Good morning, gentlemen," she greeted them, setting down her burden on the cleared corner of the table. "I trust you've had at least some rest after our eventful evening. Colonel Havisham has sent word that he'll be arriving at 11, and Inspector Lestrade shortly thereafter." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, accepting a cup of coffee with genuine gratitude. "Your assistance throughout this unusual case has been invaluable, including your grandfather clock's role as keeper of the final chess piece." The landlady beamed at this acknowledgement. "I had no idea my clock contained such a secret. To think it's been there all this time, perhaps since before I purchased the house." She regarded the collection of chess pieces with evident fascination. Such beautiful workmanship. The Colonel must be very relieved to have them all recovered. "Indeed," Holmes agreed. though something in his tone suggested he still harboured questions about the entire affair. Though the manner of their recovery raises as many questions as it answers. Mrs. Hudson, with her usual perceptiveness, sensed the detective's restless intellect at work. "Well, I'll leave you gentlemen to your preparations. I've taken the liberty of tidying the downstairs sitting room for your meeting with the Colonel and the Inspector. Less cluttered than these rooms, if you don't mind my saying so." With a meaningful glance at the chaotic state of Holmes's desk, she departed, the scent of fresh coffee and warm scones lingering in her wake. The intervening time passed quickly as Holmes and Watson restored order to the sitting room, removing the last traces of their Halloween disguises and organising the materials related to their investigation. Holmes was particularly methodical in arranging the chess pieces, positioning them as they would appear on a chessboard, with the recovered Queen's Knight in its proper place. At precisely 11 o'clock, the distinctive knock of Colonel Havisham sounded at the front door. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs were followed by her announcement of the visitor, and moments later the Colonel himself entered the downstairs sitting room where Holmes and Watson awaited him. Havisham had abandoned his dramatic masked costume in favour of more conventional attire. A well-cut morning coat, crisp white shirt, and regimental tie that spoke to his military background. Only his precisely waxed moustache remained as a reminder of the theatrical figure who had orchestrated the previous night's entertainment. "Mr. Holmes! Dr. Watson!" he exclaimed, striding forward to shake their hands with enthusiastic vigour. "I can scarcely believe you've succeeded where I failed for weeks. The final piece recovered, the set was complete at last." His gaze moved eagerly to the chess pieces arranged on the small table. "Extraordinary work, gentlemen. Truly extraordinary." Holmes acknowledged this praise with a modest nod. "The cipher presented an interesting challenge, Colonel, but once we established the key principles of its construction, the solution became clear." He gestured to a chair. "Please, make yourself comfortable. Inspector Lestrade will be joining us shortly, and there are several aspects of this case I believe warrant further discussion." The Colonel settled himself into the offered seat, his expression sobering somewhat at the mention of Lestrade. "Ah, yes. I suppose I owe the good Inspector an apology for my little diversion last night. A bit of Halloween mischief that perhaps exceeded proper bounds." "Perhaps," Holmes agreed, his tone neutral, "though I suspect Lestrade's interest will lie more in understanding the original theft and subsequent reappearance of your chess pieces." He fixed the Colonel with his penetrating gaze, a matter which, I confess, continues to intrigue me as well. Colonel Havisham shifted slightly in his chair, his military posture momentarily relaxing, then reasserting itself. "As I mentioned last night, my former Secretary Jameson was the obvious suspect. He had access, opportunity, and as a chess enthusiast himself, motive of a sort." "Yet you never reported the theft to the police," Watson observed, taking his usual place beside Holmes. "Why not?" The Colonel's moustache twitched as he considered his response. "The chess set, while valuable to me personally, represented more of a sentimental attachment than a significant financial loss. My grandfather carved the pieces during his time in India, each one a labour of love rather than professional craftsmanship. Their market value would be modest compared to professionally crafted sets. It seemed unnecessary to involve the authorities." Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly at this explanation, but before he could respond, Mrs. Hudson appeared once more to announce the arrival of Inspector Lestrade. The inspector entered, looking remarkably fresh considering his disrupted Halloween evening, though a certain wariness entered his expression when he caught sight of Colonel Havisham. "Good morning, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade greeted them, before turning a more measured gaze to the Colonel. "And Colonel Havisham, I presume? The mastermind behind last night's elaborate charade?" Havisham rose, extending his hand with the confident air of a man accustomed to commanding respect. "Inspector Lestrade, I must offer my sincere apologies for the deception that called you away from Mrs. Hudson's excellent gathering. A regrettable necessity, I assure you." Lestrade accepted the handshake with professional courtesy, though his expression suggested he reserved judgment on the matter. "Mr. Holmes's message indicated that you might provide some explanation for that incident, as well as for the rather theatrical events that transpired here at Baker Street." "Indeed," Holmes interjected, gesturing for Lestrade to take a seat, "though I believe the full explanation may be somewhat different than the Colonel himself has suggested." He turned his penetrating gaze back to Havisham. "Shall we begin with the truth about your Secretary Jameson, Colonel? Specifically, the fact that he did not steal your chess set at all? A moment of startled silence followed this pronouncement. Colonel Haversham's face remained impressively impassive, though a slight whitening of his knuckles as he gripped the arm of his chair betrayed his tension. "I'm afraid I don't follow, Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice steady but lacking its previous enthusiasm. "As I've explained, all evidence pointed to Jameson as the culprit." Holmes smiled thinly, the expression never reaching his eyes. "Evidence can be misleading when deliberately arranged to be so. Your chess set was never stolen, Colonel, at least not by Jameson. The pieces were hidden by you yourself, distributed throughout London according to an elaborate scheme of your own devising." Watson and Lestrade turned to Holmes with identical expressions of surprise, while Colonel Haversham's face underwent a subtle transformation, the military mask slipping to reveal a complexity of emotions beneath. "That's an extraordinary accusation, Mr. Holmes," the Colonel said after a moment, his voice lower than before. "What possible motive could I have for such an absurd charade?" Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of explanation. "Boredom, Colonel Haversham, the most dangerous motive of all for a man of intellect and energy, who finds himself without adequate outlet for his talents." He gestured to the chess pieces. "You're a strategist by nature and training. Your military career provided constant challenges, tactical problems to solve, objectives to achieve, but retirement has proven less stimulating." The Colonel's expression remained guarded, but he offered no interruption as Holmes continued. "You approached me last spring with what you termed a case, a minor matter of a missing book that hardly warranted the attention of a consulting detective. When I declined, suggesting it was better suited to regular police channels, your pride was wounded, but more importantly, your plan was thwarted." "Plan?" Lestrade inquired, following the exposition with professional interest. "To engage Mr. Holmes in a game," Colonel Haversham answered unexpectedly, his voice carrying a note of resignation. "To match wits with the great detective of Baker Street, to present a puzzle worthy of his talents." A slight smile appeared beneath his moustache. "It appears I have succeeded, though not precisely as intended." Holmes nodded, acknowledgement rather than satisfaction in his gesture. "The disappearance of your chess set was fabricated, each piece hidden by you personally, each accompanied by a clue leading to the next. The elaborate cipher for the final piece was your masterwork, designed to be challenging even for an experienced cryptographer." "And Jameson?" Watson asked. "Your secretary, who supposedly disappeared after the theft?" "Accepted a position at Cambridge," Holmes replied, a legitimate opportunity that the Colonel leveraged as part of his narrative. No, doubt with the promise of an excellent reference, despite the cloud of unspoken suspicion the Colonel allowed to linger over the young man's departure. Colonel Haversham sighed, the sound of a man relinquishing a long-maintained pretense. "Jameson knows nothing of this affair. He is indeed at Cambridge, pursuing his academic interests in ancient languages. I merely borrowed aspects of his expertise for my little project." Lestrade shook his head in a mixture of disbelief and grudging admiration. "All this, the hidden chess pieces, the cryptic clues, the masked appearance at Mrs. Hudson's gathering, even the false summons to Scotland Yard, all for a game?" "All for a challenge, Inspector," Haversham corrected, a spark of his former animation returning, "for the satisfaction of creating a worthy puzzle, of measuring myself against Mr. Holmes's legendary abilities." He turned to Holmes with genuine curiosity. "How did you determine the truth? I was careful to leave no evidence of my own involvement in the placement of the pieces." Holmes's lips curved in a slight smile. "The velvet pouch, Colonel. Each recovered piece was stored in an identical pouch, suggesting they had been separated simultaneously rather than taken by a thief who would have transported them together. But it was the scent that confirmed my suspicion. Sandalwood, a fragrance I noticed in your personal effects when you visited my rooms last spring, and which clung to each pouch and clue." The Colonel's eyes widened in appreciation of this detail. "The Indian sandalwood box where I keep my correspondence paper. I never considered that it might transfer its scent to the materials I used. A critical oversight." "Elementary, once one knows what to observe," Holmes replied. He gestured to the complete chess set. "The question remains, Colonel. What shall we do with this revelation?" Lestrade cleared his throat. "Strictly speaking, filing a false report to Scotland Yard is an offence, Mr. Holmes, though in this case no actual crime was reported. Perhaps, Holmes suggested, we might consider the entire affair a harmless if elaborate Halloween prank. The season does encourage such theatrical diversions. The inspector considered this, glancing from Holmes to the Colonel and back again. I suppose no real harm was done. My evening was interrupted, but— he hesitated, a reluctant smile forming. I must admit it was rather refreshing to be called away for something other than a genuine crime for once. Colonel Havisham straightened in his chair, his military bearing returning as he addressed Lestrade directly. I offer my sincere apologies, Inspector. It was never my intention to divert police resources unnecessarily, merely to ensure Mr. Holmes's undivided attention for the final act of my little drama. Lestrade nodded, apparently satisfied with this acknowledgement. Well then, consider the matter closed, though perhaps in the future, Colonel, you might channel your considerable talents for strategy into more conventional pastimes? Indeed, Holmes agreed, rising to conclude the meeting. Chess, for instance, is an excellent outlet for tactical thinking, and should you find yourself in need of a worthy opponent, Colonel Havisham, I would be happy to oblige, though I warn you, I prefer my games without quite so many theatrical flourishes. The Colonel laughed, the sound genuine and relieved. A generous offer, Mr. Holmes, one I shall certainly accept. He stood, gathering his recovered chess set with careful hands. And a fitting conclusion to our Halloween masquerade. All masks removed, all mysteries resolved, and new connections forged in their place. As Watson showed their visitors out, the autumn sunlight strengthened outside the windows of Baker Street. The fog had lifted entirely now, revealing a crisp November day that promised clarity after the mysterious atmosphere of Halloween night. Holmes stood by the window once more, watching as Colonel Havisham and Inspector Lestrade departed together, apparently engaged in amicable conversation, despite the unusual circumstances of their acquaintance. Well, Watson, Holmes remarked as his friend rejoined him, a satisfactory conclusion to what proved a more stimulating case than it initially appeared. Watson smiled, settling into his familiar chair. Indeed, though I confess I'm rather looking forward to a quiet evening without masks, ciphers, or midnight revelations. Holmes's answering smile held a rare warmth. As am I, old friend. Though I suspect Mrs. Hudson may have different ideas, I noticed her making notes this morning about a Christmas gathering that appeared to involve costumes of some sort. The two friends shared a laugh as the last echoes of their Halloween adventure faded into memory, leaving behind only the chess piece that Holmes had kept. The White Knight, with its unique ability to move in unexpected ways, a fitting memento of the masquerade at Baker Street. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing lights of Tokyo, the quiet breeze of Lisbon, the ocean hush of Maui, or the timeless charm of Paris? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness hold you. Let your dreams wander softly into the dark. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.